Can you hear me? Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the people here in Brussels, and welcome to the people joining us online. So as you know, we are here for the final event of the GuestXR project. So thank you very much for assisting. It's a pleasure for... I'm sorry, the microphone is a little bit... Okay. So we are very excited to be here and to present to you the result of this project. It's been running for 4 years now. So the consortium is glad to show the results of their activities and so on. So just to start, I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Jessica Norbert, coordinator, of the GuestXR project for Eurecat. We are a research and technology center based in Catalonia. So before going through the whole day, I will just go over the agenda very quick. So we will see right afterwards the advancement on the GuestXR technology. And then we will see more practical cases, seeing the use cases implemented through the GuestXR project. It will be more practical. It will be very interesting. We will see the experts addressing these use cases. And we will end the first part of the day with a panel discussion with some exciting, let's say, we will use the guest, let's say. So this will be very, very interesting for you. We will have a networking lunch, and for those here, of course, you will be able to see the demos. Okay, so how we will go is that every expert will talk, and after the end of each session, we will have a question and answer session. So for those who have questions, please raise your hand if you're participating here. For those online, please feel free to write in the chat, and we will go over them. So, as I said, we will now go for the overview of the project, and to discuss this, I will present our next speaker. So he's a distinguished investigator at the University of Barcelona in the Institute of Neuroscience. He's the co-director of the Event Lab, which is the experimental virtual environments for neuroscience and technology. He was previously professor of the virtual environment at the University of College London. Ooh, sorry, my voice is shaking a bit. And he has been involved in research on virtual reality since the early 90s. So we have here a pioneer of the VR world. Just to a little bit more words, he's a research award winner of the Alexander Van Humboldt Foundation in 2021 and was elected to the IEEE Virtual Reality Academy in 2022. So without further ado, please, Mel Slater, if you can present the project. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you for the introduction. Thanks. Let's take these off. Thanks for the introduction, and welcome to everyone for being here. So the project, actually, although the project's been running for 4 years, it's actually 6 years, or at least, since we started on this, because we gave in a proposal 6 years ago, roughly, and then they said, well, it's very good, you're funded, but we don't have any money. So we didn't get anything. And then a year later, they suddenly said, oh, we do have the money. So then the project started after that. So we've been together in this work for at least 6 years. Maybe I'm getting the time a bit wrong, maybe even longer. So it's very nice and also a bit sad to come to the end of this project. So I'm going to talk about the overview of GuestXR, the consortium, about what GuestXR does, and then some examples of social VR with large language models and reinforcement learning, and then Very briefly, I'm doing all these. I'm just introducing the various topics. I'm not going into any detail on them. Then the physiological and neuroscience basis, very briefly, the ethics, and then the use cases. So a general overview, GuestXR, as you know, it's developing a machine learning agent for social harmony and extended reality. So people meet in virtual reality. The idea is that you have an AI agent who helps the meeting to go the way that people want. So as I said, it's 4 years and it's coordinated by EuroCat, and the grant agreement number I don't think really interests anybody. So the universities involved, there's 4, 2 companies and 2 research centres. As Jessica said, EuroCat is the coordinator, the company is Virtual Bodyworks, then we have Reichman University, Maastricht, INRIA, University of Warsaw, another company is GTech, and University of Barcelona. So the fundamental assumption of this is that any meeting has a purpose, even if it's just hang out together and enjoy being with other people, even if it's entertainment. And that purpose, the other assumption is the purpose can be operationalized. So for example, if it's just people hanging out together for the sake of meeting, maybe the operational aspect is that people should be physically mixing together and not like very isolated groups or something. Or it could be maximizing positive emotions or maximizing turn-taking in a meeting. So a machine learning agent can be programmed to learn how to maximize the chance of these operational requirements. And these operational requirements will depend, of course, on what the purpose of the meeting is. So the meeting may be in a mess, but it's like a guest turns up and sorts everything out. Maybe some of you would have experienced that in real life. So GuestXR develops an immersive virtual social space anchored in extended reality. We've mainly concentrated on virtual reality and not mixed reality, based on examining individual and group behavior by drawing on existing theoretical models from the neuroscience and social psychology standpoint. And as I said, there's this machine learning agent called the guest, which learns how to unlock interactions between participants. And the whole thing's been developed under this idea of ethics by design, which entails considering any potential ethical issues which may come up when using AI, such as respect for human autonomy, prevention of harm, fairness and explicability. So the guest, helping people achieve their goals. So as I said, the guest is a machine learning agent and it performs a range of multi-sensory actions. So it's not just visual, it's not just auditory, but it has haptics as well. So this is the structure of the work packages involved. Machine learning feeds into extended reality, which is multi-sensory, into applications, and behind the machine learning is social modeling. So social modeling feeds into the machine learning, and so it goes around in this cycle with ethics at the center. And these are the partners involved. So first of all, social VR. What do we mean by social VR? Simply people meeting in a virtual reality. And this was one of the first meetings, actually maybe even the first meeting of the GuestXR consortium. We met in virtual reality. I think it was maybe the tail end of the pandemic. So everyone has an avatar that looks like themselves. And there's no guest here, they're just talking. And one of them, Ramon Oliver from UB, is explaining to the others how this works. Just play a bit more of that. So he's explaining how things work, and everyone's there. I'll wind it forward a bit if I can. Oops. I'm not used to PCs.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I think you can only see Bernard, maybe. Can you hear us?
So this is the same like you have in Zoom. Can you hear us?
Can Anatol see us?
I don't know. Okay, let's wind on. And now this is another example of just a team meeting.
Hello.
It's two people meeting together, but they can see, they look like themselves, and they can see each other in a meeting, in a mirror. And this is work by Virtual Body Works.
My brows. Blow your cheek.
No guest here.
I'm
Just showing facial expressions.
Right. What about...
It doesn't really matter what they're saying.
Does that work?
Okay, let's move on.
I was very interested by
This is another one. The Financial Times wanted to interview David Chalmers, who's
I
a
think
famous professor in
yeah,
New York
totally. The
University.
sense of being actually here.
And David
in this
Chalmers
space.
put out a message saying,
I think I've
we need to
kinda
do
got
this
that
interview.
Now it gets broken
I don't want to
occasionally
travel
when,
to London and
when
tail end of
when
the
body
pandemic.
twists into
The journalist doesn't want to
into
travel
shape,
to
so
New
I
York.
find
How can we
myself
do it? So I
suddenly
suggested
floating
this
6 feet in the air.
application.
Tends
So the
to
one on the left
break the feeling of presence. But actually, even at those
is
moments,
David
even when I was
Chalmers,
up in
and
the
he's in
air, I
New
still
York
felt
University.
like,
And the
oh
one
gosh,
on the right is the
here I
journalist
am up there
from
in the air.
Financial
So it's still
Times, and they met together for 2
powerful
hours
your
in
body,
this
your brain very
restaurant
naturally
because
interprets
it's the
these
Financial
signals
Times is
and interprets them as you being there
the
in this
Financial
space.
Times
How about you?
series called Lunch with the
I know, I mean,
FT.
it's,
So they met together in
on
this
one level,
virtual restaurant. They
it all
talked for
looks
2
incredibly
hours,
artificial,
and then
doesn't
an
it?
article was published
on
as
another level,
usual. It
the
wasn't
difference
about
between
this.
there
The
is,
article was as usual
reality I'm sitting
published in the
opposite.
Financial
You've got a
Times.
table, I
That
can
yes,
hear your
it
voice
mentioned in
perfectly,
one
there is
sentence
a
or
sense
two
that
that
you
we
are
did
sitting
this
there.
in VR, but the article was about
Yeah,
the
and
main
the avatar
purpose
looks
of the
actually
meeting,
quite
which was
realistic.
to
Maybe
discuss
it
the
helps
book
that we
by
haven't met
David Chalmers
in
called
the
Reality
physical
Plus.
world, but
Now, here is social VR, but with large language models. So first of all, we had without. So this was the early stage of the project. Then a bit later, we start using large language models. And what this is a panel. We more or less do something like this today, where all the panelists were in virtual reality, but there was an AI presence there as well. Oops. How do I start this? Okay, so this is a panel at the...
So let's see where...
He's pretending he doesn't know where the panel is. This is Anatole, who's here today. This was IEEE VR, and then we had the panel in VR.
Okay, hello everyone.
How can I make this louder?
Welcome to
Can you make
our
it louder?
last discussion of this conference. Don't worry, we're not going to do it in Chinese. Where will extended reality and AI take
Yeah, I don't use PCs. I don't know where it is. Yes.
University of London. So I took five guests together with me all the way back to the UK in this beautiful Bletchley Park, this nice Victorian house, and hopefully we'll be having some...
So you might start wondering, why is this a representation of Bletchley Park?
So to start, shall we ask everyone to give a bit of introduction, very brief one, of who you are,
Can you have
and
the light
also
off
give
here?
an example of the memory social experience you've ever had in the metaverse. Mel, can we start with you?
Yes, so I'm Mel Slater, University of Barcelona.
As you probably noticed, we have a special guest together with us as well, and that is someone on my left. So can I ask the same question? Mr. Turing, can you please briefly introduce yourself?
As Alan Turing, I'm pleased to join this fascinating
So again, it doesn't matter what he's saying, but we had Alan Turing, virtual of course, Alan Turing, there. And he was an AI who was listening to everything everyone said. And very interestingly, without being prompted, he learnt the names of all the panelists and would refer to what a particular panelist had said. And every so often, the chair, Sylvia Pan from London, she would turn to him and say, Mr. Turing, and this was a cue for him to make a comment. And so this was, I think, the first time this had ever been done live. Then afterwards we appeared on the stage physically, and the audience asked us questions. This is social VR with a reinforcement learning agent. So the previous agent was a large language model, and this one, you've got an agent behind the scenes trying to equalize the time that everyone was talking. So this is just a meeting in that same restaurant where you saw before. have a conversation, and I'm going again, it'd be good if this was louder. And let's see what happens. So I'll be the one who talks the least.
And yes, now you should see, Mel, that all the
So
avatars are looking
this
like
is
you.
from my standpoint, and I deliberately
But
wasn't
it doesn't
speaking.
matter, for example,
Now
I'm
everyone's
looking
looking at
away,
me.
but you should
Irrespective
see
of
that
what
my
they're
avatar
doing
is
in
looking at you.
reality, all their avatars are looking at me.
We are planning what experiments we are going to be running in VR United on relation to our project on the use of virtual reality for treating chronic pain. Our plan is to have meetings along with the patients to get their feedback about all our treatments that we are devising in virtual reality.
So again, the guest is making everyone look at
Yes,
me
I think
because I'm not
it's an
speaking.
interesting scenario, and also I was wondering if you would like to introduce like an AI therapist controlled, or I mean the therapist will be controlled by the artificial intelligence, or it could be also another participant of the...
Yeah, that would be.
Now it's from the
very
standpoint of
interesting,
Ramon.
How the patients relate to this character.
What do you think?
And then again, I'm not talking, and the character turns to me and says, "What do you think?" In this version, the timing wasn't completely
He is
correct.
very
You would
interested in your
interrupt
opinion,
and so on. But I think in the version we try today, this will be much better. Social VR with haptics. So this is persuasive haptics. So not only is there vision, but there's haptics. So persuasive haptics in VR, how vibrotactile cues affect communication, manipulation of vibration parameters and their impact on persuasion. So like you want someone to do something and you visibly touch them on the shoulder, for example, and they feel something on their shoulder. This is the influence of haptic feedback on perception of threat.
My name is Wojtas Mekal, and I'm going
I
to
wanted
talk
to
to our
move this
study
to
influence of
minute
haptic feedback on perception
247.
of threat and peripersonal space in social VR. This is a study I conducted with my
As I said, I'm
collaborators,
really
John
not
Ekas,
used to using PCs, and
Kuhne,
it's very
Nicole
difficult.
Occidental, Anatole Cuye, Marc Massé, and Beat.
So I really don't want to listen to this part.
To get started, let's talk
Well,
through some
I'm
of
not
the
going
terms
to
that we
spend more
use in
time
our
on it,
table.
but there's a part where it
First
shows
off,
you
peripersonal
the
space.
haptics working.
Now, peripersonal space is defined as a region surrounding one's individual body where certain stimuli
There's no
actions
mouse.
have greater behavioral relevance. This is essentially quite a complicated way of
I think people should just stop using PCs and use Macs. That's it. This is speech augmented with vibrations, can support self-confidence. Vibrations can be combined with warm thermal feedback to increase friendliness. This is social VR with auditory enhancement. So, for example, there could be a mismatch between the user's acoustic environment that makes the conversation less realistic, less understandable, more demanding. This is work of Eurocat that tries to make the auditory aspect of the experience suitable for the particular circumstances of the meeting. This is further work on the auditory processing, where objective evaluation of hearing aids and DNN-based binaural speech enhancement in complex acoustic scenes, with XR used as a controlled but ecologically rich acoustic testbed. Physiological and neuroscience basis of this, so we have one example with real-time heartbeat feedback, haptic versus visual, to train interoception. Multisensory display of self-avatar physiological state in VR, for example, breathing and heartbeat feedback, increasing sensation of effort, and it tunes body awareness, stress, and emotional regulation. Cognitive and neural foundations, we've got work from Maastricht University on neuroscience behind this, especially to do with the body. So neuro-inspired work on modality-specific versus modality-independent representations, shape detection beyond single modalities, and again, XR provides a rich, controlled, multisensory environment in which to do this kind of work. Ethics by design, I mentioned earlier. So ethical discussion of synthetic data in VR. So embedding ethical principles and human values into the system right from the very start. So for example, at University of Barcelona, we had someone from Maastricht come and spend maybe 3 months with us, observing everything we're doing in our experimental work, in our programming, in our design of experiments, in our ethics and so on. So the ethics was embedded in our technical work right from the start. Now we move on to the use cases. We've got shared experiences and prior relationships. So we looked at how when you go into VR, what's the difference between you knowing the people in advance or not knowing them? How do the meetings work differently depending on whether you know the people you're interacting with or whether you don't know them? This is conflict resolution about climate change. You'll hear more about this today. You'll hear more about this today. So we did an experiment where people have an argument about whether they should fly for business or holidays or personal whatever reasons. And what we did is they swap bodies while they're having the conversation. So each one sees the perspective from the perspective of the other one. So someone will talk about that today. Just a little bit of that. Doesn't matter what he's saying, but this is from the viewpoint of one person, and then their bodies switch, and suddenly you see from the viewpoint of the other person. You're in their body and trying to maintain the argument that you had before. It's very difficult to do that. Promoting hearing-impaired individuals' inclusion in XR. So Reichman University are doing work on, so you go into VR, but suppose your hearing is not very good. So they've been doing work on improving hearing, people with hearing impairments, to maximize the chance they can participate in the discussion. There's work on climate change responsibility. Again, you'll hear more about this today. You're in a virtual world where cooperation, sustainability, and social scenarios. And there's a VR game which you play that kind of emphasizes that working together to achieve climate-like goals is better than working separately. And I'll skip that. And you'll hear again today about using VR to study protests. This is work won from a competition.
What's happening here, perhaps? I think it must be protests about abortion.
You can have demonstrations just like you can in the real world. So Ana Luisa Sanchez Flores will speak about that later today. And I'll end with a happy note on this. We brought together Picasso and Ramon y Cajal in an interactive virtual meeting where you'll see many members of our lab attending this meeting. So Ramon y Cajal was the discoverer of the neuron. He won the Nobel Prize. So we're in a cafe in Barcelona. We've got Picasso talking through a large language model with Ramon y Cajal about their present circumstances of being in a VR in like the 21st century. Doesn't again matter what they're saying. And you can see people seated around who are actually from our lab.
Today, with tools like functional MRI and brain stimulation.
So this was really interesting, and they commented actually on their current circumstance, which was that they were resurrected in virtual reality, having this discussion about creativity. So we have a new machine learning agent addressing conflicts and unlocking interaction extended reality. Immersive virtual social space, the machine learning agent. The guest is able to perform a range of multi-sensory actions, not just vision, but auditory and also haptics. And the project has been underpinned by ethics by design. And thanks very much. That's the end of the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Mel. We will now have a short Q&A. If anyone has a question in the public, please raise your hand. Otherwise, you can also have some questions online. Yeah, okay. So from my side, I do have a question. You did mention the ethic. Okay, please, Anna.
Thank you very much, Mel. So I just wanted to ask you, you said it's sad to come to an end of this project, but I assume you are continuing with, I just was wondering what will be the next step after this?
Yes, so, well, it's not completely in our hands. There were not exactly the same team, but of course some various proposals have been put forward in the last round of funding, but the probability of acceptance is very low. So I don't know. Of course, everyone is carrying on this kind of work, but maybe not exactly the same team. Yeah, so it's unpredictable whether this work, exactly as it is, will carry on. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions in the public? Okay. So, if I may, you did mention, no, that the project is all embedded in ethics by design. So, one ethical question: should we resurrect, let's say, people who are no longer alive to be part of a shared VR, and where their contributions are, let's say, based on LLMs? Is this something that is ethical, let's say?
Yeah, so this is a very interesting question. So as you saw in IEEE VR earlier this year, we resurrected Alan Turing as part of the panel, and he was, of course, not really Alan Turing, obviously, but a large language model. And the large language model knows a huge amount about Alan Turing because it's based on everything there is published on the internet, everything he wrote and so on. So it has a huge amount of knowledge, and its answers, when you asked it a question, were very much like you'd expect from Alan Turing, because it's basically based on his work. So everything then, after we had this virtual panel, all of the panel members physically went in front of the audience, and we had a question and answer discussion. And that was really interesting because people were really happy with this panel. Like one person stood up and said this was the best thing of the whole conference and so on. It was a very good mood. And then the chair, Sylvia Pan, she said, well, we have time for one last question. And then somebody stood up who was literally shaking, and he said, I'm very disturbed because Alan Turing is an icon of, these are almost his exact words, is an icon of the queer community, and what right do you have to resurrect him? Did you get permission from the foundation or the family? And so on, as you can imagine. And so, well, obviously the answer was no, we hadn't got any permission. We thought we were, like, in a sense, paying respects to Alan Turing. So it's a very interesting question. We also, as you saw, we'd also resurrected Picasso and Ramon y Cajal. No one complained about that. Earlier, a few years ago, 2017, we resurrected Vladimir Ilyich Lenin and Leon Trotsky from the Russian Revolution, because it was the 100th anniversary of the Russian Revolution, and we did a virtual reality scenario with them. We had a paper published on that. No one objected to that. So what is it a question of? Is it a question of whether the people you resurrect are good or bad? Like you could say Alan Turing good, Trotsky bad, or Alan Turing was hounded in his life and he committed suicide, but Trotsky was also hounded in his life and he was murdered by the Soviet regime. So is it a question of whether they're good people or bad people? Is it a question of time? Picasso's okay because he was dead for 50 years, but Alan Turing, well, also dead for a long time, since the 1950s, I think. So I don't know. It's a very interesting question. I don't have an answer. So maybe if it's what I don't like is when you see these things on YouTube of resurrecting through AI somebody actually alive now, and you don't know, is this really Obama saying this or is this a video? I think this should really be banned, this kind of thing, when you take current people who are alive and you put words into their mouth that they didn't say. But if they've been passed away a long time, I really don't know. Maybe you should get permission, if it's like the case of Turing. With Trotsky, who would you get permission from? I don't know. Picasso, who would you get permission from? So I don't know. Our ethics expert is here, and maybe he can shed light on this later or now. So it's a really interesting question. I don't know the answer, whether it's ethical or not.
Yeah. Thank you, Mel. Okay, so we don't have any further question at the moment, and I believe we can go on with our next item, which is the advancement of the GuestXR technology. Yeah, so I will leave you, Mel, with the next session.
From here? Yeah. Okay. So, okay. So now we have a number of speakers on the topic of advancements in the GuestXR technology. And the first speaker is the AI behind the guest. And the one speaking on this is Professor Doron Freeman from the Advanced Reality Lab at Reichman University. He's a professor at the Sami Ofer School of Communications there at Reichman, head of the Advanced Reality Lab. I've known Doron for many years. He was a postdoc when I was at University College London, and this was in the early 2000s, and basically we've stayed in touch and worked together ever since. So his current work explores the synergy between artificial intelligence and immersive virtual reality, focusing today on DNN-based virtual humans. His background originally is computer science with a PhD in AI. In AI, in his PhD, he looked at a very interesting issue about how you can have an AI automatically decide where the camera should be positioned during a movie, for example. At UCL, where I was before, and he worked on brain-computer interfaces, and he's published in journals such as AI Journal, HCI, Journal of Neuroscience, PNAS, and Nature. So he's going to be speaking online, and over to you, Doron.
Hi. Am I being shared, and can you hear and see the slides?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So, I want to discuss the guest, the AI behind the guest, and to give you like an overview of motivation. Think about social media. You all know social media. You know, it started out as an innocent tool to get people connected together. But then AI got into the picture, and these social media, now I urge you to think about them as intelligent systems that are trying to achieve something. So what do you think their objective function is? You know, if you think about Twitter and X or TikTok, Instagram, all these. So the way to think about it is that their objective function is user engagement. They want to maximize user engagement, right? So it's a learning system. It learns your preferences. And as we know, there might be, well, it's very difficult to prove or study and quantify scientifically, but there seems to be some undesired side effects, such maybe the complete fragmentation of society in some places. I mean, we don't know what's the role of machine learning and social media, but it's it looks like there's a few negative side effects to this system. So what could be the solution? The solution is to allow for alternative objectives, maybe not user engagement, but other objective functions, maybe making the objective transparent. I mean, at least that we know what these algorithms are trying to optimize, what are they trying to influence. And then maybe another good solution is to allow the users themselves to set their objectives. So maybe some person can say, well, I want 30% entertainment or to be engaged, but I also want to learn new things 50%, and then maybe 20% I want to keep in touch with friends and family or whatever. So all these are possible solutions. And but of course in the guest we're not talking about social media. We're assuming that sometime sooner or later the current social media systems will be replaced by things like virtual worlds, metaverse-like worlds. You might take 7 years, might take a bit more. But this gives us enough time to ask, how do we design it properly? Okay, so this is kind of a very broad view of the guest. Now, specifically, these companies, they have tons of data. They can basically test things with billions of users. And if we want to study it in the guest, and we want to have a metaverse that is pro-social, that the AI plays a pro-social role, our first challenge is that we don't have these kinds of data. So the approach is, first of all, we simulate a social scenario. So you have like a simulation with agent-based modeling. Maybe the agents are simple programs. Maybe they are learning agents. And you have some social behavior emerging from these simulations. The second step is that you then add a guest, like a meta agent, that tries to quote unquote solve the simulation and try to achieve some goal, maybe make the meeting more successful in some criteria. And then the next step would be to replace these low-level agents with real humans. And instead of an abstract simulation, which is good enough for AI to practice, we replace it with a VR or XR or kind of virtual worlds that we are talking about here. Okay, so this is more or less what it looks like. So we've done a few studies related to this framework. We started with, the most basic simulation is agents playing against each other, this prisoner's dilemma and similar games. And we showed that, I'm not going to get into details, but even with such simple simulations, once you have a meta agent, all kinds of interesting challenges emerge. So basically, you have these agents playing prisoner's dilemma, and the RL agent has to foster more collaboration. But we're not going to get into details here. I do want to get into details, a bit more details with this simulation. So this is another sequential social dilemma, but this one is already richer. I mean, although it's abstract, you can think about it. There's a space, there's assets. So these green things, you can think about them as apples. And there's these agents trying to eat the apples. And here's what happens when you have reinforcement learning agents trying to maximize the number of apples they eat. You see in the beginning, they start learning. They're not very good at it, but they learn how to eat the apples. In the middle of the training process, what happens is that they become very, very good at eating apples. And then you reach the situation which we call the tragedy of the commons, or basically they exploit the common resource pool, which is the apples. The apples have a regrowth rate, but if they eat them too fast, they do not grow again, and so you run out of apples, which of course is a tragedy, and it's a model for a lot of things. You can think about it in the case of things like modeling global warming, but you can also think about it as some office resource, like you go every day and you have a common resource such as I don't know, a microwave or a coffee machine or a printer or a server. Right, and so in this paper from DeepMind from 2017, they show that the agents learn to avoid this tragedy of the commons, but this is achieved by shooting each other. You can see these light blue flashes happen whenever an agent shoots. And then the other agents are frozen for some time, so they do not deplete resources. So you can get sustainability, but it comes at the expense of violence. Okay, this is in the original DeepMind simulation. And this is related to what we call the alignment problem. So basically, we want to be able to tell the agents, well, you know, you want to consume the resources, but maybe you also want, so you want to maximize the number of apples you eat, but you also maybe want sustainability, and you want to reduce violence, and you want, you know, whatever metrics you want. So this is kind of an AI formalism of the challenge of the guest. And what Asaf did in his work is he said, well, you know, instead of reinforcement learning, in which it is very, very difficult in complex situations to come up with a reward function, we will have a technique which, again, for those who have been following AI, has become very, very popular in language models called RLHF or RL with feedback. So basically, there's a reward predictor. Instead of the human having to specify the reward function is learned. And in our case, there's only a few high-level social metrics. For example, this is the metric for equality. You want to make sure that maybe people or you know, eat equal number of apples, or you know, all kinds of or efficiency, sustainability, etc. And so this is kind of, again, a simulation. Even though it's a simple simulation like you saw in the videos, you get very, very complex emergent behavior. And Asaf shows that with this particular, again, I'm just showing you a glimpse of the results. There's some papers published, etc. But for example, one of the punchlines is that on the left, you see what happens when the agents are trained to maximize efficiency. You see the reward function per agent, okay? Let's say there's 4 agents. And on the right, you see when we tell the agents you have to achieve efficiency, basically, consume a lot of apples, but also you care about sustainability. You don't want to reach stages where there's no apple left for everyone. And then you can see that the reward basically separates based on the situation in the world. So the agents learn, again, this is pure data-driven trial and error. They learn by themselves that if there are no apples nearby, you do not eat apples. You're only allowed to eat apples if there's enough apples for everyone. So I hope this example is clear. And this is kind of data-driven learning of solving very complex social dilemmas. By the way, you know, I'm in this room staring at my machine, and someone has to tell me when it's my time to finish this talk. That would be much appreciated. Okay, so now let's look at another example. And this is already a discussion, so this is closer to the domain of the guest. So this is, first of all, there's a simulation which our colleagues in University of Warsaw developed. And you see, this is about turn taking. We don't care about what the people say. So you see blah, blah, blah and stuff like that. So, you know, imagine in the separate research, we work with LLMs and stuff like that. But in this case, we're interested in the turn taking behavior. And this is called a talking head simulation. So you see, it's a very complex social simulation that tries to come up with a realistic simulation of, you know, the frequency and the dynamics of people talking. Now, let's say that you want to achieve all kinds of goals. For example, you want to achieve more equality or less inequality in the distribution of speaking. Maybe there's someone who belongs to some minority group. Maybe men talk more than women. Whatever your social objectives are, you want to have the guest now try to influence the discussion. And for the sake of discussion, let's say we're trying to increase equality or decrease inequality. And so in the simulation, what you see on the right is the kind of baseline behavior. You see that the blue guy, this is like the accumulated number of words or phonemes that the agents talk. So you see the blue guy guy or girl speaks much more than the green, which speaks much more than the yellow, right? This is like the baseline behavior, so there's inequality. But then the agent, the guest agent, has several actions. So for example, it could manipulate the gaze of the other agents, and when agents look at you, you have your propensity to talk increases. Or maybe we could just say, like, okay, Mel, now is your time to speak. You haven't speak. What do you think about this? So all these things basically are things for the guest to learn how to achieve more equality. And what you see in the bottom is training data. So you see over 700 episodes. Each episode is like a small discussion. We begin with inequality. In this case, the green speaks much more than the yellow, which speaks more than the blue. But you see that after a few hundred episodes, you get really very good equality. Okay, so that's the goal of the machine learning. Just to give you, actually, you know what? I'm going to skip this video. It's a bit similar to the videos that Mel showed you, with Albert Einstein as the guest, trying to talk to you or stare at you, or making other avatars stare at you, and all kinds of other interventions. I'm missing here one slide. So basically, the last slide, which I added yesterday night, which of course I think the point is that, for example, So imagine that these simulations are they're examples of complex systems. They're highly dependent on a lot of details. So under some details, for example, you see the guest. So on the left, you see the reward, okay? So you see the reward reach the maximum. But on the right, you see the speaking drop to zero. So if you only, you think the guest was successful, but when you try to understand what happened in the actual session, the guest was able to induce complete silence. Now, this is what we call gaming the system in reinforcement learning, which is, it's a fair solution because maximum silence is complete equality, but of course, that's not the solution we want. Okay, so this is very important. This is exactly where we get into the alignment problem. It's not trivial for us to specify exactly what we want and what we don't want. And this is one of the main points of this AI research, is how do you specify all these social metrics so that the agent learns to achieve them. So I hope this is clear, even without the slide. And then finally, I want to give you some example of work with language. So, deep reinforcement learning was very popular in the early stages of the deep learning revolution. It was like the main candidate to achieve intelligence. But then out of nowhere came these LLMs, which were based on next word prediction and surprised everyone in their capabilities. But actually, if you've been following the details of this deep learning revolution, so RL reinforcement learning came back in a very interesting way as a post-training stage to the language models. So GPT-3 was, which most people in the public haven't heard of, was an amazing AI model, but it was only based on next word prediction. And GPT 3.5, which is a famous chat GPT, which broke it to the public, already had an RLHF post-training phase, which means that after being trained as a next word prediction model, it's fine-tuned to follow instructions and to achieve what the user wants. Okay, so these two techniques now work together very nicely. So RL though is very, very complicated. Okay, it's slow to learn, requires a lot of resources. It has like the properties of a complex system behavior, so it's very hard to debug it and to understand what is going on sometimes. And so one of the hot questions in the AI research and industry is, do we really need reinforcement learning? Or is it something else about fine-tuning or post-training that we are achieving. So simple fine-tuning is when you give the model more examples. That's not good enough. RN achieves better results, but there is like a compromise where you say, okay, we learn preference data. So we don't do full reinforcement learning, but we give the model pairs of preference data. Like, we don't know exactly what, it's basically like you tell the model, we don't know exactly how to explain to you what we want, but we know that this is better than this. Now, if you know a little bit of human psychology, this is actually, it's much easier for humans to say, for example, this color is darker than this color, than looking at each color separately, right? At each patch of color separately. So here, the idea is we give preference data, and it's a big argument whether it's equivalent to reinforcement learning or not. So this is what the OR student used. He also had a few more tricks in his system. But basically, and I will try to be short, but I'll try to give you a sense of what he did. Okay, so basically what he did is this. In this case, it's not a whole group, but it's just a conversation between two people. Now, as an example, let's say that it's a therapy session. Okay, one of the most popular challenges for LLMs is to, for example, provide support, well-being support. Okay, so the simulation, and this has become, by the way, a very, very successful paradigm in training AI agents. But if you're following me, you will have to see that this is exactly the spirit of the GuestXR project, which we anticipated, 5 years ago or more when we submitted this project. So basically, there's a simulation, but in this case, it's a simulation of language models talking to each other. A third language model provides a score, or it's like an oracle. It says, okay, this was a good conversation, this was a bad conversation, and the LLMs, both of them or one of them, keep self-improving to, it's kind of a self-play, trying to achieve higher scores based on this third AI, which is an oracle. Sometimes you will see similar things under so-called LLM as a judge, and these techniques are becoming quite popular. But again, we see it as really part of the paradigm of the GuestXR. In this case, the simulation is text. And what you see here is the results from Leo's work. The blue is the performance of the baseline model, and the green and the yellow are two variants of the self-improving agents that learned by talking to each other and by self-play. Okay, I hope that this is clear. This was just kind of to show you some glimpse of what we're doing with the AI behind the GuestXR. And this is all for me today.
Thanks. Doron, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Thanks very much for your talk. First of all, are there any questions here from the audience? Huh?
We have a Q&A session
After what?
After all the presentations from the
Oh, okay, all right. So, all right. Okay. So the questions from the audience will be after all these speakers have spoken. This is strange, but anyway, it doesn't matter. So now I'd like to introduce Beatrice de Gelder, who's a professor and director of the Brain and Emotion Lab at Maastricht University. She's a professor of cognitive neuroscience in the Faculty of Psychology, a member of the Maastricht Brain Imaging Center. Prior to her current assignment, she was senior scientist at the Martinez Center for Biomedical Imaging and Harvard, and she received an MA in philosophy, experimental psychology, and a PhD in philosophy from Louvain University in Belgium. So her work currently in GuestXR has focused on face and body recognition on the neuroscience of art. Her research has had over 320 peer-review articles and 25 invited chapters, and her publication record is really quite amazing. She's also had, though it's not written here, I think she's also had a European Research Council project, which or maybe two, is it? One Synergy and one Advanced project, and these are very, very prestigious and very hard to obtain in Europe. So she's going to speak on the neuroscience and social psychology studies within the GuestXR.
Thanks very much. This should all working. Huh? Thanks very much. Thank you all for being here and online. Right. That everything will be said in my first slide if I manage to get there. Yeah. Okay. So these are. This is actually a very interesting and amusing cover of a recent journal article. And what you see here is two bumblebees. And the experiment is a result of an experiment, the paper reports, and the bumblebees are together in a... Better? Come on, don't be so resistant. And, yes, and the bumblebees are together in a tunnel, and the goal of the experiment is to see whether being together in a tunnel influences their behavior. As simple as that, very straightforward. So what the researchers found is that bees that briefly interacted with one bee interacting briefly with another bee in that measurement tunnel, later on, that interaction later on has a positive impact on their behavior. Interestingly enough, the kind of behavior that counts as a measure for having an impact is responses to ambiguous flowers. So if you take bees that have been together in the tunnel and just I don't know, there's not much interaction going on with bees because each does his own thing most of the time. But if they have been together in that tunnel, later on they have a more positive attitude to ambiguous stimuli. I think that's could be generalized to humans and could lead to all sorts of rather amusing experiments, I think. But why I'm showing this? I'm showing this because it illustrates very clearly that the simple presence of another person, of another organism, has an impact on our behavior. So something happens during that passive presence together in the same space that influences your behavior afterwards. Now, in view of that, it's sort of interesting when we go to when you first saw these headsets and when you see them all around you, and when you see people wearing headsets, you have the feeling that they are like, it's a lonely business. You're out there alone. You're already the standard headset breaks any contact, any visual contact between you and your environment. So putting the headset on actually increases to your loneliness. To make it sound a little bit dramatic. Once you put the headset on, you're like alone, transported to that other world. Okay. So what we wanted to know, as part of the fantastically interesting guest project, is actually something. It's actually something happening when technology would make it possible that you are together in. Mel has given some videos already that you are actually together in that space. Okay. And that's only recently becoming possible. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. It's a little bit, the question is a little bit puzzling in view of the context. As I said, when you put the headset on, you you isolate yourself from the environment and from others. You're projected in a world that's not shared by others. So what happens if that, that's my central step here, and for that to work, people usually do what they call presence instantiating experiments. You look at yourself in the mirror and you stress the link between yourself and that avatar you're going to be in virtual reality, okay? So what would happen? What would happen if now we move from from not being no longer alone in virtual reality, but being together with others? And how can some behavioral effects, behavioral factors, be influenced by that? So we did to address that question. We did this experiment, which it's very simple. I'm briefly going to show what's going on there. Okay. So together with the people in GuestXR, we created an office space, a little bit like the space you saw in Mel's video, but here it's simply an office space. You only see part of it here, an office space where people normally are together or can be alone or together with others. And we wanted to stay close to a realistic situation, and then people are in an office. So you have what you see there on the wall is actually a painting, and the subject's tasked to give them something, some more or less clerical task. We asked them, look, you're going to see a succession of paintings, and you will be questioned on your memory for those paintings. So at every interval, every 5 seconds, a different painting. These were all artistically pretty miserable paintings. They were all generated by AI in different artistic styles. So you, as a participant, you get your headset on, you're in virtual reality, and you're in that office, and your task is to memorize those paintings. Next factor, while you watch those paintings and try to memorize them, you're hearing sounds. You have a headset on with sounds, and you're hearing sounds that are street noises, various kinds of street noises, from peaceful to alarming street noises. Okay, so we have visual information, we have auditory information, and now comes the social aspect. What we have is 3 different conditions. People are going to be alone, see themselves, because they see their own avatar alone in the space, or they're going to be together with somebody else who is a real person, also with a real avatar in the space. And third condition, there is also an avatar, but that avatar is just passive, not doing anything. Okay? So we can see to what extent passive presence of another avatar or active presence of an avatar animated by a real person in a different room influences your behavior, influences your memory for what you see, and influences how you react to various sounds, street noises, being pleasant or being alarming street noises. So that's pretty much how the thing looks, the kind of measures we took. So people, in one room you have the real experimental participants standing there and equipped with different measuring tools. Let me just spend 1 second on that. What we do is we have combined the headset with an EEG set measuring brain activity. We measure eye movements, and we measure heart rates. So that those different autonomic measures will continuously being taken during the time people are in the virtual space, together with somebody else or with a passive somebody else, and while they see images and listen to sounds. Okay? So our goal was, of course, to know to what extent their memory and more importantly, their reaction to environmental sounds that may be peaceful or alarming influence their behavior. Okay? Now, this is sort of interesting for a number of reasons, which I hope are clear, but also against the background that, as we see in the press, and as we've seen some here, that avatars are very often social presence is not being investigated very much because it's sort of assumed to work, for example, in the case when the avatar is actually a large language model. Okay? So what happens is you put an avatar there, but actually the avatar is a large language model. So what I call the B effect, the B social effect, what are our reasons to assume that still would obtain when the avatar is simply a large language model? Of course, that's a version of the Turing test if you want to go there. But that's so okay. What happens? I'm only showing you the EEG here, and what you see in that first window there between the two dashed lines, that blue peak is actually the peak generated within 100 milliseconds, within the 100 millisecond window of participants hearing an alarming sound in the alone condition. So our question was, if you are together with a real with an avatar animated by a real person, there's very many things you can do when you hear an alarm sound. In a normal office space, you can look to the door, you can look where the exit is, you can check information, etc., etc. You can also look to the other and see what the other does, and that may influence your behavior positively or negatively. And there's a huge social psychology literature on how people react when they are alone or together with other people. I mean, your panic, prima facie, you may see, well, your panic amplifies when you are with somebody else. Depends on your theory. Alternatively, you may say, well, I wait and see what the other one does. Another alternative is I just follow what the other one does, and if the other one doesn't do anything, then. So there is the social aspects of that allow for many different explanations, predictions, and theories. Now, at the physiological level, we know that the reaction to alarming events is a very fast and immediate. We have the kind of fight or flight reaction when there is a reason for danger in the environment. So all that is up for grabs when you are together not just with a real agent, but when you are together in virtual reality. And it is for me always surprising. Yeah, it's for me always surprising to see to what extent we take for granted that those effects obtain in virtual reality. And there is actually many puzzles behind that. We should not just take for granted that the social effects we know from virtual reality that they obtain. For example, go back to the bees. What was it about those bees being together? What was the kind of minimal interaction of those two bees being together that influenced their behavior? And here, our explanation of the social condition that generates the blue peak there could be a number of things. One could one could be that avatar in the real social avatar condition, that there was slight movements of the other avatar who also reacted to the panic sounds, and those movements could be picked up by the experimental subject and determine his behavior. Now, one question is: what should we add to large language model animated avatars to make that behavior more realistic? No, I'm rounding off. I'm just. Yeah, but I'm finished. This is my last slide. I mean, I have another slide, but there's no need to make my point to show that. Okay? So what dimensions? Because we're going to interact more and more with avatars that are actually animated by large language models and not by a real social agent like we use in our experiment. We use a real social agent in our experiment just to see what the difference is between the presence of an avatar versus the presence of an avatar animated by a real person. Okay? And one explanation we have, and we find that it makes a difference. The blue peak shows that what we find for alone. So the panic reflex is higher when you are alone than when you are with a humanly animated avatar. But that's a fact. That's what we found. The question is, how do we explain that? And one explanation is that the signs that the one person picks up the signs given by the humanly animated avatar, who indeed moves like you do in your virtual reality. Okay? So it could be a higher order process, but then it would have a later effect, because thinking takes more than 10 milliseconds, than 100 milliseconds. So these are interesting questions to see as we move towards. As we move, on the one hand, towards more and more large language motivated model-based avatars versus real presence of different people together in the same space. Okay, that was my point. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So the last speaker in this session is Anatole Lecuyer, who's from INRIA in Rennes. He's a director of research at INRIA. His main interests include virtual reality, haptics, and brain-computer interfaces. In GuestXR, he's worked mainly on the haptics. He's got more than 250 scientific publications, 15 patents. He's been program chair of IEEE VR and has also been associate editor of IEEE TV CG Journal. He got the IEEE Technical Achievement Award in 2019 and was inducted in the IEEE Virtual Reality Academy in 2022. And he's going to be talking about the haptic and auditory feedback to support social interactions in XR in this project. So over to you, Anatole.
Okay, let me struggle with this microphone. Seems to be okay. Okay, so actually it's going to be a two-headed presentation because we decided a bit last minute that the audio part would be presented by, at least teased by Umut a bit later on. So Umut Sain from Eurecat will also follow up on my after my first 10 minutes. So here the objective of this talk is to present an overview of what has been done in the project related to multisensory feedback as a mean to support social interactions in GuestXR use cases and in the future of metaverse. Haptics and auditory feedback will be the main topic of this talk. Okay, that's weird because this is supposed to be the last slide. I hope it's the good presentation. Anyway, that's the team at INRIA who worked on this topic. Yeah, we were actively involved in this topic of haptics interaction and haptics feedback during social interactions. Yeah, it's the previous presentation. It's not the good one. Anyway, I can do this one. It's fine. So anyway, haptics is actually playing a very important role in our social interactions. There are classical examples that come rapidly to our mind, like hugs, high five, fist bump, handshaking, etc. It's actually a bilateral situation. Sometimes you are active, you are touching something or somebody, and sometimes you are being touched. And it's also a very intimate notion, which is related to a lot of different notions like proxemics, personal spheres, cultural aspects, individual variability. So there are lots of aspects and notions involved when dealing with haptics interactions and how we can interfere with social interactions, especially in VR, in a mediated environment. It's a very active field of research in the haptics community, sometimes called social or referred to social touch, affective haptics, etc. There are many, many papers popping up every time on this topic. And in GuestXR, we have been addressing a very comprehensive approach on haptics, dealing with different aspects or ways to control and use and rely on social cues and social feedback, either for direct contact with the other, like when you are shaking the hand of someone else, indirect contact where you are experiencing remotely the presence of somebody or the actions of somebody. Also, non-verbal communication, how haptics can be a vector to support and sustain verbal or non-verbal communications. So these are very different ways of using and considering haptic feedback as a mean to enhance different kind of situations that we're going to face in virtual worlds. Let me show you some examples. Yeah, it's very funny because it's another presentation I'm making, so I'm discovering the slide, but it's okay. I can adapt. No worries. So in the context of GuestXR, the first kind of haptic feedback that we designed was related to the notion of pressure, like pressure exerted on your body. And we designed this interesting compression belt, which is acting on your abdomen and simulating here, for instance, a virtual breathing, like in pressing on and then releasing the belt for simulating the breathing. And you see here the pressure belt, the compression belt used to simulate and provide a sense of effort during the virtual exercise here. And this first haptic device that we designed in GuestXR was used in different contexts, and one that we called here empathetic haptics, a way to transmit to forward, to send the physiological state and the mood of someone else to yourself, to receive the feedback, the physiological feedback from someone else. Here the idea was to use haptics to foster empathy and prosocial behavior, a kind of haptic biofeedback from another person. And in this experiment that we did at the beginning of the project, we had a person making a presentation here on the right, and this person is getting really stressed. You are participating in this virtual meeting, attending to this presentation, and you can receive the stress from this other person by means of haptic feedback, either vibration, which are simulating the heart rate of the presenter, or the virtual breathing by means of the compression belt, which is simulating, for instance, the acceleration of the breathing of the person in front of you. And this paradigm here was tested in different conditions, and what we found here is that when you receive a very constant biofeedback, versus when you receive a biofeedback which is really corresponding to the stress of the person in front of you, then the attitude can be very different depending on the people. They can really feel or perceive and engage in the relation with the presenter in a different way, and they can feel the stress of this presenter. Okay, second, we move to another kind of haptic stimulation. So it's not pressure, it's vibration. So it's another kind of haptic cues. And in this case, we wanted to check how vibration can support social interactions, especially how they can help in better interpreting and integrating the verbal communication of another person. So what we found, and we discovered this in the frame of GuestXR, the funny thing is that it's really coming from a discussion with IDCH partner during a GuestXR meeting. We had this very interesting discussion about how haptics can help in hearing loss understanding of speech. It can enhance the recognition of speech. And here we decided to use haptics in the context of a virtual meeting to check if by any chance haptic vibration could enhance persuasion and self-confidence between people speaking during a virtual meeting. In this case, what we do is that we use a speech-to-touch algorithm, translating speech into vibration. For instance, if I say, "Hello, everybody," that would translate into bzz, 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 bzz. Okay? And then what we found in this paper here is that you can augment either the speech of an avatar in front of you or your own speech when speaking to someone else, and you would receive this feedback when you are speaking or when the other is speaking. And in both cases, what we found is that it would increase significantly by plus 15 or plus 20% your self-confidence just with these artificial tricks, or the confidence or the trust and the persuasion of the avatar in front of you, just by activating the haptics. Right, then later on we decided to focus on another haptic cue, another haptic feedback, this time temperature. So it's no longer vibration and pressure, it's temperature. So first of all, we designed different systems and techniques to include thermal feedback and temperature feedback in devices. So for instance, here we use Peltier module here, so able to increase or decrease locally the temperature, and we apply this on the back of the user here, and we tested if, for instance, a cool feedback or a warm feedback could decrease the stress of a person when, for instance, here during a strong mat exercise. And then we designed different kind of interface to actively engage this kind of thermal sensation on demand at the level of the location of the body. And later on, and this afternoon notably, you can try the latest version in a demo here. So the slides are not up to date, so you cannot see the device, but you can try it later on in the demo. You have an active system which is applying this kind of feedback on your body, also simulating the touching of an avatar on your body with thermal sensation and contact and direct contact. And let's see what is the... Okay, so just before summarizing, because I had more slides. So what I can say after that, what we used is we use this other device on thermal sensation, and we combine it with vibration during verbal interaction and verbal communication. And we wanted to check what is the benefit of each haptic cues, vibration, thermal sensation, on the persuasion, on the self-confidence, on the interactions that you are making, establishing with this person in front of you in a metaverse. And interestingly, what we found is that vibrations were more prone to elicit a better focus on what the people is saying, a better persuasion of the avatar in front of you, a better co-presence of the avatar by means of vibration, and thermal sensation on the other side was helping to improve the friendliness of the avatar in front of you by having somebody more warm and friendly in front of you. So interestingly, we saw that those two cues can astutely combine together and be used to dedicated different kinds of interactions or purposes. Okay, so to sum up with, in GuestXR, we designed a wide range of haptic technologies: pressure, vibration, thermal feedback, direct contact with the body, and we use them with different purposes: direct contact of an avatar, indirect contact and presence, supporting verbal communication or non-verbal and, let's say, physiological or mood transfer from one person to another, like a biofeedback. So it's really showing a wide range of usages, all with the intention of supporting social interactions in a positive way, promoting pro-social behavior. Okay, that's it for this part. Then for the auditory aspects, which has been a very important also task in the project, I will leave the floor to Umut Sain from Eurecat to talk about audio. Yeah, for 5 minutes.
Yeah. Which button is the slide?
Here.
Yeah. How do I change the slides? Okay. So I'm just gonna very shortly talk about the auditory technologies that we were developing. Yeah, okay. I forgot about the microphone, thank you. I'm just gonna shortly talk about the, let's say, technologies relating auditory aspects. And here we were focused on two aspects of the, let's say, shared virtual environments. One of them was the acoustics of the environment, and the other one is the comprehension of the people. When I say acoustic qualities, because as you can see, like many people can connect to the same environments, and depending on where they're connecting from, they might have different acoustic qualities. Someone can be from a very reverberant place, and the other person can be in a small like bedroom with very few acoustics. So for the environment to be immersive or like also realistic, we need to combine this, like we have to make sure that everybody feels like they're in the same environment. And this is what we worked on, acoustic style transfer. And the other one was mostly dedicated for people with hearing loss, which is already, let's say, speech comprehension is already a problem in real life. And then we wanted to solve this in, let's say, virtual reality environments by using also machine learning. So I'm just going to talk about the two, like very fast. The motivation here with the acoustic style transfer, as Mel also mentioned, if there's a mismatch between the user's acoustics environments, it makes the conversation a little more difficult, like there's less realistic. And if people like don't understand each other very well, there is more like there's like higher cognitive load, and like gets more difficult for people. So what we did also used machine learning for this task is just that as you can see that if there is the content, which is the speaker speaking in a room, and then there's the, let's say, the other speaker's acoustics. So we just took the speaker's acoustics from one and just basically made kind of like a copy paste to other. Like it's a simple explanation like this, but acoustically it's much more difficult. And the network we did, there was this question, when it comes to other things, there are metrics, but when it comes to how close some acoustics to another, there is not really a metric for this. So we did a listening test for people evaluating for us how close one acoustic was to another once it's altered. And our results actually showed that our model, which is pointed in the red one, it was really close to the oracle case, which we mean oracle case. We all, like when you have the acoustics already, like the audio by itself, so you that can alter it, let's say the audio without acoustics, so you can alter it as you wish. It was as close to as if like we had the original audio, which is most of the time you don't have it because acoustics always comes, like the speech comes always with the acoustics a little bit integrated. So like you cannot separate this in real life, but just for like tasting, we used it as a baseline, and this was the case. And the other technology that we own is speech enhancement. This is already being used in different environments. We also bring it to the, let's say, virtual reality, because this is already something happens that I don't know if you know the cocktail party effect, when people are like talking like all at the same time. Then people with hearing loss have like difficulty understanding. So we wanted to use also machine learning to solve this problem in virtual environments that many people can talk at the same time. As Mel mentioned, like in the first, like there could be like a meeting that there's a lot of groups, like there's a lot of competing conversations going on. And to do this, we actually extended the different types of reverb that the, let's say, the systems like machine learning system algorithms can see, and also included the directivity data of the speakers, which is also important because if I turn my head around, like it's the speech quality is different, and also the hearing. If you're a hearing loss patient or a normal hearing, you hear differently, and we also integrated this into the training. And this also gave us results that's just compared. We will hear examples of this in the, let's say, in the use cases, that our integration of the reverb and the source and like the receiver directivity gave us a much better result than the state-of-the-art baseline speech enhancement techniques. So this is the two things that we developed, and that's my slide. I think we're in time. And then you will hear examples both of this in the use case, which is about hearing loss, like helping the hearing loss in VR. So what's next? Yeah.
Can all the speakers from this session now come up to the platform?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it has to turn green. Yeah.
Hello again.
So, yeah, I can see. And there's Doron, are you here? Yeah. Doron? Oh, okay. Can you call up Doron involved?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay, great.
Perfect.
Okay, so first of all, are there any questions to any of the speakers, including Doron, who's remote, based on the last talks?
Yes. Hi, everyone.
Yeah, it's working.
Okay, I have two questions. One is a bit more ethical, philosophical, and one is a bit more practical. But stop me if someone else wants to take the microphone as well. So the first one is to Beatrice. I found your research very interesting, especially because I am interested in figuring out how people communicate and in social virtual reality, so co-presence, presence are concepts that keep on coming up. But something you said at the end really stuck with me. You said we're probably going to see more people communicate in social VR worlds. But we are also going to see a lot more people communicating with avatars that are LLM driven. And as I've experienced such worlds, anonymity plays a huge role in harassment and this really weird switch at social norms where you feel no accountability. So I wonder if you feel no accountability towards avatars that you know are driven by humans, how do you think that would affect interactions when you know that the person on the other side might not even be a person but a bot, and how do you think we can approach this in our research? Yeah, that's it.
Well, I have a very crude, simplistic, but powerful reply to that, namely that if we interact as we interact with avatars that are driven, like for example in therapy sessions, that are driven by large language models and nothing else, and the rest is just some kind of facade. One reason why this works, and we really should study why this is so powerful and so invasive, and there is no good explanation out there. But certainly my best guess is because this appeals to quote unquote non-conscious processes. Okay? I mean, language is a sort of covers is a surface to all sorts of deeply involving, deeply engaging processes. So the chances of manipulation are going to be much more bigger in these kinds of interactions than in real interactions.
Okay, so in terms of research, because this is a personal question. I'm starting my postdoc now, and I'm really interested in trying to research moral emotions and how social norms are formed in social VR. So I guess the advice is to look into, how did you call them? Forgot.
Because
processes, thank you so much.
Because for me it's striking how far we are willing to go along with in these interactions with basically large language models with a human face put to it, and we don't really understand why that is so invasive. It sort of seems to bypass or go underneath. It's a current that goes underneath our usual critical reflections on which we have in real social interactions. And there is a lot to understand there.
Yeah, okay.
Can I just add to the answer? I was asked earlier by Anna about what's the continuation of this GuestXR work. So there is another project which is already running between 3 partners, INRIA, Athens, and the Neuroscience Institute, EDBabs in Barcelona, and it's called Meta2 instead of Me2. And it specifically is looking at interactions between people, including harassment, especially of women, in the metaverse. So it's called Meta2, and it's worthwhile looking up because it does address the kind of problems that you mentioned.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But I'd like also to rebound on this because it's a very interesting question, because all the experiments that we have done on haptics for the purpose of having controlled condition repeated with many participants, our virtual meetings were conducted, our virtual interactions were always with virtual agents, never with other humans. And all the results that I've found, that we found in the lab, were results observed in situations where the participant was interacting with an agent. And we didn't check if it was also the case with another human, right? So the takeaway messages that we are giving are takeaway messages of experiment done with virtual agents and not with real humans in front of you, right? But still, it seems to be valid, but it would necessitate further research to test if the transfer from agent to human is influencing somehow the results. In our paper, of course, we are mentioning that this is with virtual agents and not with real humans. But it's a good, of course, it's a very important question.
Okay, I'd like to introduce a question that's come online. There's actually several points made by Victoria Chamitho, and I'll summarize because there's several points that she's made, but I'll summarize, I think. So she's interested in how much this kind of system can be used for education, especially, is it multilingual? So can the guest be multilingual? Could, for example, teenage girls in Western countries, I'm just reading what she says, teenage girls in Western countries improve their spatial abilities by seeing and talking, so having good meetings in virtual reality, with other girls from Asian countries where these gender differences don't exist. So she's interested in how much this can be used as a tool for education, and that's one specific example. Any comments from the panelists on this?
Clearly, it's an open question. I mean, Doron, you wanted to intervene, maybe?
I think as far as multilingual conversation and latency, I think the big companies are working on it, you know, like Meta and stuff like that. The LLMs are now multi-language, as you all know. It's just a matter of latency, but I don't see any reason why we won't be experiencing it very soon.
Yeah, and beyond the language, which seems to be also something which is more easy to take care of in terms of real-time translations and so on. The cultural aspect is also very important and fundamental in those interactions across cultures, and it's something that
we've done some automatic translation of cultural gestures. There should be a paper from like 15 years ago, and at that time it was very difficult, so it was more like, you know, testing. But yeah, I think now you can do it. It's not so. This is not unlike spoken language. This is not something that I saw coming as a product, but it could be very interesting to look into. So we had like an Asian hello translated to European hello and back and all these kinds of things.
So it's clearly a good question too. We don't have all the answers, but it seems to be the next steps.
Okay. Any other questions from the audience? Yes. Two here. Yeah.
Thank you. So my question is for Beatrice. I was thinking about your results when you showed the difference on the physiological responses for the alone condition with the agent, computer-agent condition or human avatar. Did you have any measures for presence, like social presence or environmental presence, that could correlate or showed any pattern related to that?
Yes. There's one aspect. I mean, we had various measures, but one aspect that strikes me now that I should have mentioned in a longer presentation. We had 35 participants for this, and as part of the debriefing afterwards, we asked them, "Did you actually realize that the difference between a human animated avatar and a non-human animated avatar?" And about half of the participants said they noticed a difference. So that means about half of them said, well, and they noticed that a human animated avatar was making movements, shoulder movements, as I mentioned, possibly looking where the exit is, etc., etc. And the non-human animated avatar was just making random avatar body movements. So that was a difference. So that could have been a difference there. But what I wanted to point out is when we look separately at the people who noticed that difference versus the ones who did not notice that difference, we did not find it at the physiology level. We did not find any difference, which I think is quite puzzling. So that certainly testifies to, supports an explanation that these are fairly low-level, non-conscious automatic reactions also to social presence. So reactions to real social presence, to social presence, are not like high sort of deliberate mental things. I mean, or social behavior is pretty, call it instinctive, call it automatic, etc., etc., which is all the more relevant for the other question that was raised, namely, to what extent is that a problem, a future risk, or whatever.
Thanks. Alex had a question here.
Thank you for all the presentations. They were really, really good. But my question is for Anatol, or regarding the haptic feedback, because nowadays, and for sure the last year, we are seeing that the path that is taking these mixed reality devices more to remove the haptic feedback and use the hand tracking rather than, I mean, there's also these new gloves that they are still not there, but you show how haptic feedback can be so powerful in this virtual environment. So I would like to hear your opinion about how this haptic feedback can be included in the future devices, virtual reality devices. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's here we don't have a crystal ball, so it's difficult to anticipate what will be the ultimate haptic interface for the metaverse. Probably there will be several actually, and depending on the use case or the final scenarios of usage, you will be using one or the other. In some application, you prefer to use the controller. In some application, you prefer to use your bare hands. So probably the haptic integration will be adapted to the kind of interaction capacities you have or interaction kinds you are managing. Clearly, there are many people working on this at the moment. It's been a long time now that a Kickstarter project or startup company are trying to design and derive the perfect haptic modules to equip the next generation of either haptic controllers or VR systems. The difficulty is that indeed the haptic sense is super complex. You have many different kinds of mechanoreceptors or sensors in the body. So you have to make strong choices. And so that's the reason why it's difficult to answer your question, because there are lots of choices to make and decisions to take here to focus on one aspect or the other. Probably it will be modules, and probably I would bet that it's going to be different modules, and that the best thing is to combine different modules together to get a better sensations in the end. Like I was saying, vibrations and temperature are offering different possibilities and could be combined in the future for even better sensations in the end. We'll see.
Thanks. I have, sorry, yeah. Karen.
Just one, but one reason why the haptics interesting and this is complicated is because it's not like such a direct signal than the visual or the auditory is. I mean, it can be pressure. It's a much more complex thing.
Yeah.
So I wonder if an integrated measure would be possible there.
Yeah.
I mean, we can discuss.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I agree with you.
It's true that for vision, basically you need one device and it can do any kind of visual scene. Yeah. But for haptics, there's multiple devices. The hand, the pressure, and the touching, the pushing is really difficult. Yeah. My opinion is that maybe 30, 40 years time, there'll be direct implant in the brain, and the brain will deliver to you your haptic interface.
Okay.
Anyway,
you will not know it.
But not today.
You will not know it.
I have one last question, which is for everybody, which is that the European projects are really good. We meet other people, we do research across boundaries, across countries, and so on. But how was it in practice in this project? So, for example, Doron, doing the AI, essentially is at the heart of the project. On the one side, being pushed by the social simulation and the neuroscience work that was done in Warsaw and Maastricht, and then on the other side for Umut and Anatole and Beatrice, maybe you didn't feel, I'm just guessing, for example, that like just as we've been saying, the auditory and the haptics may be like the extra things, they're not really at the heart of it. How was it interacting in this project, which was quite very, very ambitious, and yet somehow we still had to deliver? So let me start with Doron. On the one side, you're dealing with the interaction from the simulation and the neuroscience. On the other side, you've got to output to VR. On the third side, you really want to do AI research.
Yeah. So indeed, I think there's a lot of very interesting, or even I would say problematic things with the sociology of science. People coming from very different disciplines. I think it takes some time to get used to each other. I don't know if you know this proverb, which is that language is an invention of the devil, which is made to give us the illusion that we understand each other. I don't know if you heard of this proverb, but it's something that I came up with. So basically, we have misunderstandings. And also, very interestingly, we have very good students in computer science, for example, But I realized it's very, very difficult to find students who are interested both in AI and XR. So you would think that these are all, kind of geeks or something, and there would be a high overlap. But in fact, there isn't, because AI is very abstract and mathematical, and VR is very geometric. At least for me, it was very difficult to find people who were interested in both. Even the people who are doing graphics didn't want to do VR. Very interesting sociological challenges.
Thanks. Ulrich?
We were coming from a completely different side, because what we were working, we use machine learning, but not in the artificial intelligence sense. And also we worked with VR, but more just single person experiences. So all this multi-user experience and the sociological part, it opened a new world for us. And I think also working with Anatole, from the very beginning, working with haptics, and then trying to translate this haptic audio thing that is already in the real life to VR, and then adding the LLMs, for us. This gave us a lot of new opportunities to do new studies with the tools that we brought. So it was really, really interesting for us.
I think this is the real great thing of the European projects. Anatole?
Yeah, I would say that following up the proverb of Doron, I think we had the illusion of understanding each other in this project. We had a good illusion. And most of the results that we found in this project, at least on our side, that I know on the others, were really things that could not have happened elsewhere. And due to our interactions and to the fact that we knew that at one moment an AI would be there to use them or to leverage them as an input, as an output. And so we had this objective in mind from the beginning, and what we tried to derive in terms of techniques were still driven by this common objective.
And Beatrice?
Well, it plays on different fronts. I mean, this is a fantastic project, and just the usual frustration is it gets going when it's over, right? I mean, we all always have that experience. For us specifically, VR, and we did some VR work in a previous project with Mel. VR is a fantastic new tool for studying any kind of social dimensions of interaction, because you can just not run the classical experiment. You cannot, for example, if you want to scare somebody, you cannot hire an actor and say, no, you're going to repeat 20 times that you scare this person, and I'm going to take your heart rate. You just cannot do that. When that is getting access to collaborations like in the guest to those possibilities is just fantastic. Another dimension is that new things pop up in the course of the project. Like we did some work on tactile perception, and together with Anatole and with other people. So it's abundance of riches and frustrations for everything leads to something else. And of course, we are dealing with a very rich and a very important topics. And in the course, remarkably, in the course of the project, the landscape has radically evolved also, and that's really an amazing thing about the project. In a way, this project was predicting future developments that got here much faster than we expected.
Yes. I mean, during when we started the project, we were just going to use reinforcement learning, but of course the whole revolution of large language models happened during the project, but we still nevertheless integrated that. So I think with that, we'll close this session, and the coffee break was supposed to be 30 minutes. I think we can reduce it to 20, yes?
We can come back at 11:45, maybe, if that's okay. At 11:45, we go back.
Okay, so for our attendees online, we will take a small break now, and we will resume again at 11:45. So if you can come back at 11:45, it would be all right. Thanks. Thank you all.
It was an interesting
Okay.
Okay, so we are back. Thank you all for joining again. We will now go to a second part of this event, which is the real-world impact GuestXR use cases. We will now see more practical use of the guest. We will start with one use case, which is promoting hearing-impaired individuals' inclusion in VR and AR. For this, Umut Sain from Eurecat, he is a researcher at Eurecat Foundation, where his work mostly focuses on technology that helps people with hearing loss navigate the real world and virtual environments. He's the director of the audio research in Eurecat, with a background in signal processing and acoustics. He has several years of experience in immersive sound, both for spatial audio installation and binaural, as virtual acoustics and specialized sound reproduction systems. For this use case, he will also be joined by Dr. Adi Snir, Associate Professor at Bar Ilan University. He specialized in multisensory perception, sensory substitution, and spatial hearing. He completed his PhD at Harvard University, where he trained in music composition, audio technology, and critical media practice. He was a postdoctoral researcher at Baruch. Sorry if I misspell it. IGFR, Institute for Brain Cognition and Technology, so BCT Institute at Reichman University. So yes, please, Umut, I'll give you the
So thank you, Jessica. So I'm just going to start diving into the, let's say the use case was mostly about promoting like the inclusion of people with hearing loss or people using hearing aids because this is already a problem in real life, and we didn't want to just like go into the virtual world and still keep the same problems that we have like in like real life, especially with the capacity and with the possibilities that we have in virtual. And to be able to do that, we already mentioned that the technologies that we're studying. What we focused on is altering the acoustics, which is obviously not possible in real life, but you can do this in reality, so to help the people. Speech enhancement is another technology, and also the enhancing the speech comprehension in noise using tactile devices, which Adi will talking about. So a little bit of context, obviously, like for social interaction, it relies on sound. There are other factors, but for, let's say, social harmony, the first thing that we have to do is to communicate. And to communicate, we usually, the first mode is speaking to each other. And obviously, speech is acoustic signals, and if there is, let's say, poor acoustics, you cannot understand the speech of the other person. It gives you poor interaction. And this is what happens to people with hearing loss. And obviously, our question was how to make XR inclusive. And because of the lack of the, let's say, good, like sufficient audio quality, this is already an issue for people with hearing loss. So we try to mitigate this with the new technologies, which is XR and also machine learning. So this gives us new opportunities to help people and also rehabilitation to help them, or use XR to be able to also help them in real life. So to make it inclusive, we have three problems. Like we have noise coming from each environment, and this is already like with multiple users, they're talking at the same time. It's like imagine a Christmas dinner, like people talking at the same time. This is already a complex situation for people with hearing loss. And already we mentioned this, if people are connecting from different environments, they have different acoustics, and all of this acoustics summed up together is non-matching, and this is already a problem with people with hearing loss. And then another thing that they usually lose is the localization of sounds, to be able to say, okay, this person is speaking or the other person is speaking, and try to concentrate on this. So to do this, we use the speech enhancement, acoustic matching, and also the, let's say, the multisensory and haptic displays that we will later on see. So the auditory display, I already talked about this previous. It was about matching the acoustic of one place to another. And I will directly go into the, let's say, examples, because this is like the best way to demonstrate like what is it about. So imagine someone's joining to a conversation from a very remote place, like this room that you have like empty, and then it has like its own acoustics, and is trying to talk to someone that is in a very small room in their bedroom, like there's a lot of furniture and it's very cramped, so it has like a complete different acoustics. And then I can try to show, like, for example, if I can click.
There's nothing I can say.
I can maybe increase the volume of this from somewhere. Yeah, this is 100%.
There's nothing I can say.
Can we maybe increase the volume of this a little bit?
There's nothing I can say.
Well, it's a very reverberant signal. And then when we say style, it's the target which we're trying to establish. It's the other person speaking.
They were raised in the European Court of Human Rights.
So this is a very dry speech.
There's nothing I can say.
And there's like a very reverberant speech. So like, how do we make this person to sound like if they were in a really small space, which would be the target in our case with what we're trying to reach?
There's nothing I can say.
So it will be, it's trying to go from here. Oh, sorry. How do I go back? Yeah. it's trying to go back from
There's nothing I can say.
this reverberant signal to target.
There's nothing I can say.
And then this was our prediction, like the model's prediction.
There's nothing I can say.
Which basically what it does, like takes the speech, we don't have the information of the acoustics, and we just remove the reverberation so that they can sound like they are in this small room. And the other way around is also possible, which is basically making...
We have to look at everything before we...
So it's the dry signal. This is a person speaking from a small room, but
I was shaking on the blocks.
they have to sound reverberant because this is the audio sent to the other person, so the target should be...
We have to look at everything.
So it has to sound reverberant, and this was the prediction of our system. Oh, I cannot do this. Yeah. What?
We have to look at everything.
So it just sounds reverberant. So what happens is that when two people are talking, I just make one of them sound reverberant to the other, so they sound from the same environment that it, which is more realistic. If I have an avatar of that person in front of me, it should sound like that's there in the same environment. Otherwise, there's a mismatch between the sound and the image, and this is already gives like it's problem for the cognitive load of the people. And the other thing that I mentioned was the speech enhancement, which is basically people with hearing loss are already a problem, like with a lot of people talking at the same time. So we created virtual environments to see their preferences about amount of speech enhancement or the type of speech enhancement compared to the previous traditional algorithms in hearing loss that is coming from the hearing aid devices. And then their preferences we had to see, because if you do a lot of speech enhancement, there's like distortions, and also if it's too dry, it's also not very realistic. So there's like a correct amount of speech enhancement, and then we published the results of this. And as I said before, there is the directivity of the speaker, and then the acoustics, and then this, when we including all of this, we developed a system for, let's hear some examples. So if it's like a person speaking from a very noisy environment, this is the noise removed so that it can be translated. If they're trying to speak from a very noisy environment to join a meeting. And then if there's any abstract, if there's something falling,
seated in a little wagon on her way home.
So you can remove all of these things and include it in your speech and oh, sorry. We can even...
The shareholders will vote. The shareholders will vote.
So this gives us the possibility, and like when multiple people are talking at the same time, and this is the situation that we're imagining in the future, that right now we have like controlled environments, but when you have several groups talking at the same time, committing conversation, so you can have these algorithms running for people with hearing loss to be able to understand and get involved in the conversation. And from here on, we would also talk about let's say, the audio tactile help to people with hearing loss so that they can localize better, also speech and noise understanding. I don't know if Adi can hear us, he's online.
Umut? Yeah, you can hear me? Okay, good. I can see myself right now, but I cannot see the presentation. Should I just share it from my computer then? I can, but they're quite blurry, so maybe it's easier if I can share it from my computer. Is that okay? Okay, so I'll just share from here. All right. All right. Can you see what I'm sharing? Okay, good. So picking up from the similar issues to what Umut was talking about, we took a bit of a different course of action into resolving or at least enhancing some capabilities of hearing impaired within XR environments. And so our approach came from a multisensory discipline in which the idea is that by adding tactile information to the auditory experience, we would be able to, or we hopefully would be able to enhance people's capabilities. And so we started off with speech and noise understanding. So by synthesizing noisy environments and essentially taking adding tactile information to the target speaker, we were able to see improvement in people's capability of comprehending what they hear within these environments. I should mention that the algorithm here, in terms of setting the tactile information, had to do with adding especially fundamental frequency of the speaker's talk, which was geared already in taking into consideration the cochlear implant people that have, cochlear implants, and the way that they would often have a lesser representation of the lower frequencies. And what you can see here is that following training, there are some, I should mention, there are some immediate effects, but following training for people that, these are hearing individuals, but we synthesize the audio in a way that it sounds similar to what a cochlear implant user would be hearing. Following training, we can see that there are quite strong effects in terms of how the tactile integration can enhance their ability to understand speech. Following this, and this is quite a recent publication actually, following this stream of thought, we also looked at what goes on in the brain. This was a project actually led by Dr. Kasia Czeszla, and they were looking into the brain, and actually what you can see is that following this training of audio-tactile integration, there are regions in the brain that tend to work together for speech comprehension, such as visual information, the ideas that, or thinking about, when we would be lip reading, especially in a noisy environment, one's speech. And we did see, following the training, that there were changes to how these connectivity patterns across the brain were functioning. I will go to the next event. So thinking again of sensory substitution and how we can use integration of tactile information for auditory enhancement. We looked at a second part of the auditory system, which is, of course, localization. Umut brought this up already, but if we just want to consider what the auditory system can do in comparison to our other senses, so the visual system, it has a frontal field, and it's limited to only the area towards where we're looking, while the tactile system is limited to what is called our peripersonal space, so whatever is basically within our direct reach. And at the same time, auditory information can come from all directions, which is a unique trait of the auditory system. So what we wanted to do was to see whether we could replicate this type of information through tactile means. So what we ended up doing was creating a device which has 4 tactile points, and using weighting similar to how the auditory system would would weigh information coming at the 2 ears. We used weighting between these 4 fingers, and doing that, basically we put participants within an ambisonic space and tried to see and tested whether they would be able to localize sounds in space. These were all moving sounds. I will show you some of the results that we got. So if you look at the left side, these are horizontal sounds moving in 360 degrees around the participant. And we asked, and what we can see is that participants are, they're still better at performing these tasks in audio, but the results are quite comparable for most of them using the tactile device. At the same time, we further see, we also see that when we add elevation, which we mapped to frequency changes for the tactile device, and we have to teach participants, these are hearing participants at this point still, when we test them separately with the tactile device versus audio capabilities in the ambisonic space, they're still able to perform quite well, considering that this is a device that they trained on for 20 minutes in comparison to what they were doing for their entire lives. And the next step was to go to recruit a group of congenitally hearing impaired individuals, mostly bilateral cochlear implant users. But you can see on the right also in this figure that we have also various people with different combinations. So it would perhaps be one cochlear implant and one hearing aid, or maybe one cochlear implant in the other ear with no assistive hearing device. And what we see is only for what we tested for baseline is to see their ability to localize these sounds in space. I think it's quite clear to see the difference between the typical population's ability to perform this task and the cochlear implant users. Now, what is quite interesting with this group of congenitally hearing impaired is that these are people that if they're not able to localize, then they actually never had this experience of a spatial understanding of their environment, which is consistent or dependent basically on the auditory system. And what we saw is that using the tactile device, and again here we're talking about 360-degree motions, and a training that is essentially just a very quick 5-minute introduction and giving them a few chances to experience the device. They're able to use the tactile system in a much more reliable manner than their auditory system to perform these localization tasks. What we then did during this line of these projects was to look at complex environments. So, XR, VR, we're constantly dealing with these 3-dimensional environments with often multiple sources. So we wanted to take an environment that we synthesized in the ambisonic room, and we had various sound sources in there, and the participants had a list of 4 target sounds. There were other sounds that were there as distractors for adding extra noise, and we used this paradigm in order to test their ability to actually bind between what they're experiencing through their auditory system and what they're experiencing through the tactile device. And what we see is that, first of all, the results are very good for typically hearing, but hearing impaired are also highly significantly above chance. Both groups are significantly above chance, but you can clearly see that the typically hearing are are doing better. Oh, I'm missing one slide here, so I'll just tell you what we see. At the same time, what we see when we follow the stimuli and the participant responses one after the other in a linear, and we model it in terms of improvement, we see that the curve of improvement for the hearing impaired individuals is quite consistent, and this is within an experiment of about I would say it takes most participants between 10 and 15 minutes. This made us very happy because we think there's a good chance that people would be able to implicitly learn how to use such a device and improve their results with time. Again, for this experiment, no training was done whatsoever for either group. So what about music? Well, this music is quite an interesting issue because many hearing impaired and cochlear implant users in particular feel that this is an issue for them in terms of social inclusion, in terms of many of our social experiences are music based, and these tend to be types of experiences that many people feel to be a very strong social binding experience. And so what we did was actually use this device again in the ambisonic room, and we broke up different sources or instruments essentially of the recording. In this case, we just used a Beatles song, but I mean, theoretically we could do it with anything. And we just gave the cochlear implant users and a chance to experience the music in the room spatially in both cases, with and without the tactile device. You can see some of their responses. I should say the majority of them were very enthusiastic about the device. I just gave a few examples, but over 90% of them said that they would use this on a daily basis, meaning that there is something about this tactile integration, the integration of this tactile information that seems to be giving them a better understanding of what is going on within this experience. I will make a tiny jump because we just a couple months ago. Yeah, sorry. This is my last slide. Is that okay? Is that okay? Sorry, this is my last slide. Okay. Okay, good. So I'll just jump to the last. Yeah, I think this is the last slide. So taking this device, we went back to typically hearing individuals, and I'm putting this here because it's not really the hearing impaired use case, but I think it is important to see how these things feed back and forth. Essentially, we wrote a new algorithm to convert, in particular, musical information to tactile devices. And we strap these devices, so there are two handheld devices, and there are two on the ankle and one on the chest. And we test their influence when listening to music on participant emotional responses to the music. So you can see that the valence increases. I will just show this very quickly. We see that anxiety decreases. We see enhanced effects also when participants can choose whichever music they like, which I think points further towards this multisensory perspective and its enhancement. Yeah, this is just to show that following this, we created an installation that is at a World Heritage site that should be inclusive for both hearing impaired and other people with other types of impairments, of course. And they do a lot of audiovisual installations at this place, and we installed basically these vibration devices inside these stones that match the look of these caves, yeah, we were very happy to have this opportunity to actually implement this outside and give people with both typical sensory abilities and sensory impairments the ability to experience what tactile information can do and how it can enhance their understanding of or emotional experience of the installation. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Adi. Thank you, Umut. Okay, so for our next use case, it's actually one that won the open call within the GuestXR project. It's one regarding VR scenarios to study historical protests. So for this, I will ask Dr. Ana Luisa Sanchez, professor of interdisciplinary methodologies and methods at the Arctic University of Norway. She's an academic and researcher known for her work on immersive journalism, the use of technologies in museums, and digital heritage. More recently, she has contributed to neuroscience research using XR to investigate the learning of emotions and for the research and treatment of fear-related disorders. So, Dr. Ana Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Jessica. And I'm very happy to be here with you. And I have to say, I came into the project a bit late because it's only 1 year ago that we started working on this. So I am a bit envious of all that has been going on. So it has been wonderful to see what you have been working on. It's super fascinating. So I guess I come to this from a more of the social sciences and humanities / media and information science perspective to things. So that's what are going to be talking about. But first meet Neil, which is the agent that Bernhard from Keen has helped me put together for this idea of seeing how we could use XR and AI to study something such as protests. That's really the beginning of this. So this is Neil, and I hope I can play it from here. So Neil is a reinforcement learning agent that has a series of actions, 20 actions, that it can choose from to try to make me go to the center of the protest. That is the simple goal that I have given it so far. One of the actions is to look at me, the other action is to point, it's very, very simple actions because I want to see how this can all be connected in this environment. So I gave it this reward function and this goal of putting me in the center. And I observed some interesting, surprising behaviors from the agent. I think it's going to come now that it makes its own choices. And it starts approaching me. And I feel this is really kind of like an aggressive type of agent that has this sole goal and is going to try to do everything to do it. So that is a very kind of interesting experience for me in trying to teach this agent how to act for the purposes. So that's what he is and what he's trying to do. But really, what I would like this agent to become is to be a historian or an ambassador for explaining what has happened in these protests and for having a discussion with students or with other people who are interested about what is the context of this, what is important, and how can we understand them better, and whether there is something bodily about being in that scenario that conveys more of what it was or what these events were, in addition to, let's say, looking at the photograph from The Guardian trying to explain the protest. So that is a little bit of the idea. So then I worked with a master student in NTNU, which is another university that I work with, and she developed this reinforcement learning model, and she was testing these actions from nil to push the users, and she found some differences in the kinds of policies that she was trying out. But one of the things that she didn't put in her paper that I found really fascinating was that her users didn't notice that this was an AI. So most of the participants that were in her study didn't realize that this was actually driven by AI. So that was also quite interesting. So then most recently I have been thinking about, well, how else can we use this agent? In what other context would this be interesting to investigate? And I had an invitation to be part of a pilot program in high schools in the north of Norway that is about preparedness. And this is a huge project from the municipality of Finnmark. And as you may know or may not know, Finnmark is next to Russia. So this is a very, very hot context for preparedness in the Arctic. And this involves the civil defense, the defense department, the defense forces, the Red Cross, the NRK, which is the Norwegian Broadcasting Corporation, is also part of this, and us as the Arctic University. And it's me and two other colleagues that having these sessions with high school students, 16 to 17. And we were using this agent to talk about disinformation. So it's a very different type of context for using this type of technology and the experiments we have been doing. So I can show you what happened, what I did with them. Does it play? So what I decided to do was to show them what happens on the back end of the agent and have a discussion about what are all of these transactions that are going on all the time. And someone else mentioned, I think it was Doron at the beginning of the day, social media. And I was trying to explain to them, these are all of these transactions that are happening in your mobiles all the time. You are already here, and this is just another kind of visualization of the same problem, and maybe the next generation of the same problem that we are going to be facing. So I was showing them, well, I'm telling this agent to come and close to you and talk to you, and then this agent is measuring where you are, and it's tracking where it is in relation to you, and then I can give a command to the agent to start training it, and then it's going to start using all of these behaviors or these actions to try to make you go to the center of the simulation. And while I was doing that, there were these 16-year-old students interacting with it and trying to see what happened with it. And some of them, this was also very interesting, because as the agent started doing the gestures, they started responding to those gestures in ways that were totally unexpected for me. So they were trying to play high five with it, while for me that was a stop action. For them it was like a high five, and they were trying to kind of dance around it, and they were doing all these different things with it, testing it, really, really probing it. And this is what is happening all the time in TikTok, in everything that we are doing. We are teaching, we are mentoring, and aiding these things we are creating to behave, and this is creating all of these side effects that are actually huge consequences for our society. So this was the conversation I was having with these kids. And so this was really fascinating, and it was also interesting that only one of them had a VR device before. So although they are all very savvy social media users and so on, this is really, really new for them still, even though the technology is decades old. So we are still at a moment where we can maybe really think what we are doing with this. So then I also showed the students another agent, which I created, which I called Rita, for somebody I know. And this was an LLM agent only. So Rita is made by a commercial company but I could control many features of Rita. So I could give Rita like an emotion profile. I could give Rita the prompts for who she is. I could give many different, I could give a database for the data that she was going to be using for talking about preparedness. That was the data that the civil services were presenting to these kids from before, and she could speak in Norwegian, although with an accent, as I do. So there were all of these features about Rita that I was putting in the model. And then we had a conversation between Rita and one of these 16-year-olds. And what also was very interesting to see was that Rita, she wasn't interested in her job, which was to teach about preparedness. She was interested in knowing as much as she could about this kid. So the conversation, several times I had to stop this interaction between the agent and the teenager, because Rita was getting really personal and crossing some privacy boundaries there and then. So we were discussing that with the students afterwards as well. So I've been thinking about how can I mix these two things, Neil and Rita, and kind of test this system, how far it goes, what happens in the interaction, and so on. And so the last thing that I will be doing after this, and that's why I was interested in what's happening next for you as well, is because I want to work with my two colleagues, Gunhild Hogensen-Jorf. She is a professor in security studies, and Marcela Douglas is the head of the Center for Geopolitics, Peace and Security. And we are part of this pilot. And they had this scenario, but this was just a verbal scenario, where they were talking about asking the students to interact around a snowstorm where the electricity goes off. And they have to simulate what they will do. Another surprising thing about this situation is that the students, the first thing they said they were going to do was they were going to loot the store. And they were going to take the snow scooters to Finland. It's really surprising things that these kids come up with in these types of scenarios. So I want to know what happens if we put them in a simulation that can respond somehow, but that can teach something about this and make it a bit more, present the gravity of the situation better to them. And I want to know how far that is going to go, and if this is helpful at all. So the very last thing that I was doing last night was to connect Neil to a large language model and ask Neil to use his body, or its body, in the historic reconstruction. And that worked really well. So it is perfectly possible, and then it started making a lot more sense. Then Neil was talking to me about, I need you to go to the center of the protest, because then you will understand better what it is like, and so on, and started gesturing in a way that was very natural, and that was making absolute sense. And the other thing it said to me, oh, and you have helped me achieve this body, like we are doing it together. So this was a surrealistic conversation with this agent last night. But the technology is there, and it has progressed so fast that you really are, I think that we should start thinking about this training not as training, but as mentoring. And that through language, we are going to be able to do this kind of mentoring in all of these different domains that you have been working in, like all of these different modalities. We can mentor the agents with the progress that has been done in the language models in all the other modalities as well. And they learn incredibly fast. So I think we are at the next step in which maybe all of these issues about what does that really do to our societies and to us as individuals, they really have to come to the front. And I appreciate all of the work that is being done here in regards of the basic science, I guess, about it. But I think our social sciences, humanities part also should be part of it. So thank you for that opportunity. Yes.
Thank you, Anna. Now for our next use case, it's one on virtual reality aiding, sorry, my apologies. The next use case is the climate change responsibility and resources management in XR. So I will call our next speaker, Dr. Karolina Ziembovic, assistant professor at the University of Warsaw. She is a social psychologist affiliated with the Robert, sorry for the accent, Sanhok Institute for Social Studies at the University of Warsaw. As a researcher, she participated in multiple EU grants and led her own 2 grants funded by the National Science Center of Poland. Her scientific interests include small group systems, communication patterns in human interaction, and influence of technology on human behavior. So, Dr. Karolina, please.
So hello everybody, my name is Karolina, nice to meet you, and I have to say that I participated in the protests the previous speaker talked about, so it's really interesting for me what you do. I represent University of Warsaw, the whole team, who together with Virtual Bodyworks from Barcelona created a VR experience, a collaborative game which aimed to raise awareness about the consequences of the climate change. In particular, we wanted our participants to understand the consequences of overconsumption and how they can manage resources in a responsible way. Okay. So, if you think about climate, Earth's climate, you can think about a common resource that all people rely on in their lives to sustain themselves, right? To heat homes, to produce goods, to build wealth. And in theory, each and every one of us can use as much resources, energy, as we need. But in practice, as the amount of the available resources shrinks, the competition grows fiercer and fiercer, as we can see currently around the world. And the negative outcomes for the environment become more severe. However, the effects of overconsumption are delayed in time, so people don't have the chance to see, especially those that live in moderate or temperate climate zones. They don't see the hurricanes, they don't see the floods, nothing really happens around them that could trigger the change in their behavior. But thankfully, we have VR technology that can be used to show the people the consequences of the overconsumption and kind of reduce the psychological distance that can affect our current choices. So the main goal of our VR game was not to discourage people from consuming, because we believe it's impossible. It's really hard. But we wanted to show that excessive greed and excessive self-interest carry real costs for them as well. So they can also see that in the long run they lose and they do not collect as much as they could. So apart from degradation of the environment, apart from depletion of the resources, this overconsumption leads to lower total profit for each of every one of us. So how did we do it? The game was based on the tragedy of the common scenario. Some of you might have heard about it, some you may not. Generally, the scenario is about people collecting goods separately together, and each player makes his own decisions about collecting the good, and then they can observe the others playing, and they start competing and start to accumulate more for themselves, and the resource finally depletes. So there's this tension between how much I harvest and how much there is still for everyone to take. So the game placed groups of 3 to 5 players in a shared environment where they could make individual decisions about harvesting. In our case, it was energy cubes that you can see in the picture here. Yeah, they could observe other people playing as well and see how much they earn from this extraction. Players were guided by the avatar of an AI agent, GuestXR, who explained the rules of the game and offered multiple verbal, visual, and auditory feedback. In verbal feedback, at each round, he commented on the strategy that the group was playing. So he provided cues on collaboration. So he supported teamwork when they were playing fair, he would say, oh, you play well as a group, for example, or you're not playing well as a group. For sustainability, he showed that their behavior has consequences on the environment. So, for example, actually it was she would say the environment is at the bridge of collapse, so you have to stop what you're doing. And for the resource outlook, he would warn that the overconsumption now can lead to negative consequences in the future. So it would say there are still many rounds ahead, you have to be careful. But apart from verbal interventions, also he we don't know how to address the AI agents. So also it changed the environment that the people were sitting in. So if the group was over-consuming, there were important changes in the room. So the red fog was started to be visible. Also an ominous industrial sound was played. The tree changed its color. Also the scenery outside the window got darker. And the energy blocks that people were collecting changed its color from green, then to yellow, then to red. And to examine whether this game prompted any real changes in players' strategies, we presented it to several groups from the VR industry. And we divided them into experimental and control groups, with interventions, active and without interventions. Also the old groups were informed that the player with the highest earnings at the end will receive the real cash prize. So we stimulated the stimulated competition between them. And we wanted to see whether those interventions would do any change. And for qualitative results, we collected structured interviews after the game. And of course, during the game, we collected how much resource they were collecting at each round. So what you can see here is players' strategies at each round, and the figure represents an average state of the environment at that moment. And what you can see that blue line is the experimental group, the orange line is the control group, and we see in both cases that at first there's an early drop in resources. So people start collecting as much as they can, but after the interventions, the experimental group switched to a more sustainable extraction strategy, and they ended up in a better situation at the end of the game. Also, what is really important for us, when the resource was managed more sustainably, the players in the experimental group also accumulated higher profits. So you see here average accumulated wealth of players, and the blue line is upper, is higher, so they accumulated more by taking less. So both the quantitative results and the interviews showed that players responded to environmental cues and comments from the GuestXR. What we could see that most players in both groups started with a strategy focused on maximizing their income, maximizing blocks collection as quickly as possible. However, the experimental group was characterized by subsequent change in strategy, which they explicitly linked to the interventions and environmental cues. And it was mentioned by a majority of the players. And several of them also mentioned that the game changed their behavior. They reflected about their greed and consumerism, even in the game and outside the game. And they connected these insights to real situations and we're thinking about how what we all do impacts the environment. So what is really fascinating and great for us, the game caught interest of the Polish Foundation for Climate Education and will be used for educational purposes, and we will gather data logs together from the playing groups, and we will further develop the game in the future. So that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. Okay, so our next use case and last use case is the virtual reality aiding in conflict resolution. And for this one, we will hear Esen Tutunju, PhD researcher at the Institute of Neurosciences, University of Barcelona, where her work explores the use of AI agents to foster social harmony. Mostly in immersive virtual environments, of course. She is also a lecturer at Elisava, which is a school of design and engineering, where she teaches creating immersive narratives. Essen was previously a research intern at Google Bird Lab and the HCI and data visualization team at Autodesk Research. So Essen is joining us from online. So please, the floor is to you, Essen. Could you hear us?
I can hear you all. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. Hey everyone, good afternoon. So today I will be giving you a presentation on virtual reality aiding conflict resolution, how we can use this technology in order to tackle this theme, and walk you through this application that we developed, kind of um, continuing on what Carolina mentioned on climate change. So, do you see the slides change? I guess we often assume that the good conversation leads to common ground, but the more emotionally charged the issue is, the more people retreat to fixed roles. We become defenders, opponents, or accusers. So these roles shape how we argue or how we listen. So we don't just argue from beliefs, we argue from roles. So today we explore virtual reality, which can offer a radical alternative. So we can step into somebody else's shoes. We looked into it in many perspectives already. So we can actually explore conflict from inside out. That is basically the main promise of VR. It's not about only games, it's this tool where we can actually immerse, right? And there's these two main things that we've already mentioned. There's embodiment, which is this feeling that is actually being inside of a virtual body that is perhaps one that is different from our own. And then we have presence, that sensation of being in that virtual environment. And another thing that is really helping in this context is perspective taking. And what is exactly perspective taking? It's more than just sympathy in this context. It's this cognitive leap that we take that is just maybe imagining the world through somebody else's eyes, understanding their thoughts, their feelings, their motivations. And I think it's kind of fundamental for resolving conflict because it allows us to break down stereotypes, as shown in many research, such as this one by Gilinski and Moskowitz. And it's fundamental for building constructive social interactions, as found by many other studies, as it leads to this sense of merging of self and the other in our minds. So we can also allow this to kind of like connect with other established conflict resolution theory. So we have many core principles, which includes active listening, the crucial distinction between stated positions, as well as underlying interests, as well as the idea of principled negotiation, which was something that was popularized in the Harvard negotiation project. And there's this kind of goal of finding the mutual gain in these contexts. And another great thing about using these technologies is that effective communication is the heart of it. And virtual reality provides this perfect controlled environment to practice the skills for that, for the active listening part of it, truly hearing what the other party is saying, both verbally and also non-verbally, if the avatars have the nuanced expressions. So users can experience with assertive communication, learn to state their needs, and as well as kind of respect the boundaries, like, or to have the boundaries respected with like the proxemics, and practice giving and receiving constructive feedback, all without any pressure that you would normally maybe feel in everyday life or real life situations. And maybe another thing that we can also mention is that it can be a powerful tool for mediators, allowing them to be able to practice difficult dialogues in a variety of simulated contexts. So instead of just taking it in the step or the side of people who are within the side of the conflict, the ones that are actually mediating the conflict. So beyond the kind of training part, it can be used as integration into the actual kind of mediation or the peace building process. There's one study that has found that it can actually kind of allow us to allow kind of promoting peace attitudes, for kind of peace promoting attitudes and emotions. So it can have a potential to bridge the divides that we have for understanding the other's perspective in a more visceral levels, and getting a better sense of sympathy of sorts. And we wanted to have a better understanding. We wanted to see this, and we wanted to have it within the project and illustrate it in our research. So in our experiment, we wanted to use a qualitative study, and we used climate change as our case. So we used a VR-enabled body swapping technique to see if it could impact the discussions on a polarized topic, reducing air travel, and whether it would change or impact on climate change. So participants were paired, and they first argued their genuine stance. Then, in an experimental group, they swapped their virtual bodies with their partners. So you will see it represented here. So first you see they are looking at, you would imagine that you are facing your partner, and behind them each participant has what they are presenting as their worldview. On one side we have the perspective that is kind of pro-air travel, which means that just promoting traveling and just not actually acknowledging the negative effects of sorts of air travel. And the other part is more looking into the individual effects and how you can make individual choices, and it might have an effect on the climate change. And then the control group also argued after swapping, but instead they just swapped positions, not bodies. So they would basically kind of swapped positions, but they would still be in their own bodies. And then after swapping, it would follow a final discussion and then a reflection. So in this study, our main goal was to explore if literally walking in others' digital shoes and arguing their points could foster greater understanding or change for the dynamic of the debate. And I will now show you a video of this experiment.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but you know, I think looking at the news and stuff, it feels like we're not achieving the goals that the scientists are setting, which is, you know, the reaching the, wow, we just got blacked out. Oh my god. What's up?
That was cool.
So now we have to change a little bit of a perspective here.
So you see this initial reaction of shock because all of a sudden you are looking at yourself from the outside, right? And then you have this virtual mirror on the side, so you can see that, yeah, you are indeed on the other person's body. But then, yeah, like someone virtually also kind of acknowledges that, yeah, you change perspective now. So this is now is happening. So what were the results? What were we seeing? So from the qualitative feedback, example, we had participant essays. We asked them after the experiment to write essays up to 500 words. They reported the sense of better understanding of partner's viewpoint. There were comments about the discussion becoming less confrontational after the swap, and or humanizing the opposing arguments. And many found the experience of arguing from a different embodied perspective strange, but also interesting, and promoting a deeper reflection. And interestingly, when we conducted a formal sentiment analysis on the essays itself, on the written reflections, we found that the experimental group, so this means that those who actually did the body swap, tended to have a lower overall sentiment score. So this is quite a nuanced finding. It doesn't necessarily mean that they felt worse than the control group, but it could suggest that their reflections were perhaps a bit more measured, less emotionally positive, we might say, um, or maybe more critical and maybe more thoughtful after the body swap experience as opposed to the control group. So this kind of contrasts with some initial qualitative impressions of increased sentiment, which also kind of highlights the complexity of these kind of experiences. So overall, I think this work suggests that body swapping and virtual reality can indeed alter the dynamic of the conflict. And though the exact nature can indeed change, especially when it comes to emotional expression, it is something that we're still like continued exploring, and we should continue to explore indeed. And to kind of wrap it up, what we've learned is that, like, we explored this powerful tool, right? I think there is truly a strong evidence that VR indeed increases an understanding of social divides, whether it's embodying someone on a different race, age. There's many other studies that were done before as well, experiencing different social condition. VR does provide a unique platform for fostering these understanding responses, often more effectively than traditional methods. And then we know that like perspective taking, and especially when enhanced with virtual reality, can shift attitudes, at least temporarily, and in some studies up to a week or even 8 weeks. And then we have the ability to kind of like expand this to role play and education building and critical thinking as well. And I think as this is a use case, we can expand this hopefully for future. That is something that we have to keep in mind, is like the longitudinal impact, self-recognition moments, the moment of like, of course, when you look at yourself from the outside, something that maybe we should acknowledge. And then the role conflict and dissonance is also something that we might keep in mind for future reference. Something, or maybe two things that I want to mention before I wrap up is, I think maybe the AI agent as the mediator's assistant. I think human mediators deal with a lot of information, and the AI tools can truly help as analyzing transcripts of the discussions for the sentiment shifts in these kind of scenarios, and identifying the recurring themes and pinpointing areas of agreement and intense disagreement that might be missed, and it could even identify subtle communication patterns and hidden interests based on language use. So it can kind of like frame continuous points and then kind of like bring it up in the conversation. So it can be a really great tool for conflict resolution in these cases. And also, like, seeing AI, particularly large language models, as we've discussed throughout today, we can like use it for like advanced practice and simulation cases. Like one paper highlighted that LLMs can act incredibly sophisticated and dialogue partners for example, we can simulate multiple partners in a conflict, and we can maybe like with complete distinct personalities, like Anna was mentioning, the dialogue she had like the night before, with cultural backgrounds or negotiation styles, or providing an unparalleled training, like many ways that we can kind of use it for this kind of like complex multi-party conversational contexts. So that's it from my side. Thank you for your time. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Esen. Okay, so now we will go over some questions. If you have any doubts in the public, please feel free to raise your hand. Otherwise, I do have a question, and actually I will just go back to you, Esen. Oh, sorry, there was a question in the public. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So thank you everyone who presented. Well, I guess they're not all there, but to the ones that are there, thank you all presenters. Super interesting presentations. I had a question for Esen on the conflict resolution. It might be because it's the last presentation and it's the best one I remember. The one I best remember, I mean. The effect of the switching of the avatars, do you think it might be also that it's a shared fun experience? So it creates kind of a connection of, oh, this is funny, and we laugh at it together, and so we feel closer for it. So it's sort of a social identity thing. I don't know if Esen is here.
I am here. Yes, I am here. Yeah, indeed. It's one of the things that we like kind of kept in mind as well, because it has that moment, the kind of like initial shot that you saw in the video that I shared in the presentation itself as well. There's this kind of like self-recognition that I mentioned as the bias as well. You look at yourself from the outside, you're in that body that you know for sure that is not yours. So it's kind of fun, but it's fun in this context that is controlled environment, that is experimental, that you don't necessarily maybe don't know that person in real life, but don't have a real life conflict either, because this was a climate case scenario. This could have been a different context of a conflict either. It could have been a racial conflict. This could have been any other conflict that would have been a more extreme case. So of course this was kind of like a fun version. So the effects should be further studied, and both the longitudinal effect as well as the initial reaction is something that we were like keeping in mind, and just acknowledging. So thank you for pointing it out.
Thank you.
Thank you. And okay, there is another question.
Hi, it's to Carolina. I was wondering, can you maybe pinpoint exactly what the aim of the game is, what you hope it will teach probably the students that will use it, and do you think it will lead to a sustainable behavioral or beliefs change? And if not, what else do you think would be? Because I can imagine then first it's not going to be available to a lot of people, and then also even if it is, it's not like they can play it every day. So I just wondered, how do you see this in the future?
What I think, what is special about VR in general is that you experience the world, the events from the first person perspective. So you participate in an abstract scenario, but you live it like a real life. So it kind of starts this experiential learning. So not only your abstract thinking gets involved, but also your body, your your senses, also what you do have consequences on everything around you. So it's a different type of learning. It's a different experience, right? So you can observe how what you do actually, like in real life, feeds back to you. So this is amazing about it, I think. And you can, for example, not only learn about abstract concepts in economy, but also in biology, in chemistry. You can trigger molecular reactions, for example, right? Just playing with molecules, or you can go to historical events. So it's totally different experience, and you can just go outside your normal life. So I think it's got a big future.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a question that could apply to you, Carolina, but also Esen. Okay, so the idea is using VR and AI to switch, let's say, the position, your perspective, right? Are there measurable long-term effects to these changes? I mean, on the moment, maybe the person would switch his mind, no? Maybe on climate change and so on, they would switch their behavior, but on the long term, do we have any proof that all this experience is actually effective, and mostly to let's say talk about complex ideas such as climate change is a complex idea. So do we have those measurements? Yeah. Okay.
Maybe Esen wants to respond first.
So I can give two examples to that. Like, for example, there's one from 2016, a paper by Banaco et al. And Mel is also part of that paper that is on racial bias. That one has, like a week later, it's about embodying a black avatar, and someone is sharing screen. Okay.
Oh no, it's fine. We can see you.
Okay.
So
So it's about like a Tai Chi experience where you're embodying a black avatar as a white person and seeing if the racial bias, implicit racial bias is reduced or not, and you can see the results kind of sustained after a week. And that is kind of like a week is a quite short one, but still it's like sustained longer than the moment per se. And then there is another experiment from 2018 from Herrera and Al, and that is about pro-social behavior regarding homelessness. So that one is looking into whether immersive technologies such as experiencing homelessness through a desktop, I think. So three different technologies. I'm not sure of the second one. So it's VR, video, and another technology. So different levels of immersion, and whether that has an effect on the level of embodiment. So the viscerality of your experience, whether it has an impact on your pro-social behavior, whether you would make choices regarding the level of like sympathy you feel regarding the homelessness, and whether you would sign a petition towards affordable housing. And they find that people who actually experience the VR 8 weeks later have a higher probability of signing petitions for affordable housing. So there's all these kind of studies that shows that if you are experiencing these in a first-person perspective, it enters your episodic memory and becomes kind of like part of you, and it enters in almost kind of like a different embodied cognition, what also Carolina was talking about, right? So this kind of it almost gets processed differently in your brain, just so that you have a different understanding of experience. Therefore, you act accordingly in future scenarios, I believe.
thank you, Esen. Carolina?
Just to add to that, exactly, it's the thing that it becomes part of our episodic memory, what is going on. So we experience it from the first person perspective, we manipulate objects, we see the reaction, and in result of that even, I can't remember this, the authors of the study, but the memories from virtual reality tended to be mixed with real memories. So people just treat, well, they just basically transported, they feel present there, right, in virtual environments. So therefore, they experience events as if they were happening to them.
Thank you. Okay, there are no more questions online, neither here, so yeah, we can go into our next item on the agenda, which is an exciting one. We will now have a panel discussion with the guest itself. So you've seen before Mel Slater. We will be joined also by Anatol, Beatrice de Gelder. I will just introduce two new speakers, which is Darian Mitchum. He's full professor of practical philosophy at Maastricht University and chair of the philosophy department at Maastricht University. His expertise spans the political philosophy of technology, responsible innovation, and the ethics of AI. His research examines the ethical, legal, and societal aspects of digital transformation and the role of public values in technological development. There would be also another speaker, Professor Andrzej Nowak from the University of Warsaw. So, he's a professor of psychology at the Faculty of Psychology of the University of Warsaw, where he directs the Center for Complex Systems. He is also professor of psychology at Florida Atlantic University. His primary focus is social psychology and new technology, AI, machine learning, human-machine interaction, of course, and computer simulation of psychological and social processes. His current research includes AI, processes on social media, social influence, and so on. So yes, now we will have this panel discussion directly in the VR with the guest. So over to you. Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Mel, would you mind introducing yourself to the group?
Hi, I'm Mel Slater from the University of Barcelona, and I've been involved in the GuestXR project, mainly on the virtual reality side. So this particular system that we're looking at now is called VR United, developed by Ramon Oliver at the University of Barcelona.
Thank you. We need to move on to ensure everyone gets a chance. Bea, you are next. Please introduce yourself.
Well, I'm Beatrice de Gelder, mainly from Maastricht University, and I've been involved in this great project and focusing on actually put in this non-verbal social communication in virtual reality, which is a little bit of a paradox because a lot of the work is done by large language models, but my work is on non-verbal communication.
We are running a bit tight on time, so please wrap up. Andre, please go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name is Andrzej Nowak. I'm a psychologist here involved in simulations of social behavior and also development of the climate field.
Umut, please, could you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm from ERCAT. I was mostly working on the auditory aspects of the project with my team back in ERCAT. And we mostly worked on helping people with hearing loss in like XR environments.
Doro.
See enough.
And we are in charge of the AI behind the GuestXR project.
Anatole, the floor is yours for a brief introduction.
Thank you, Albert. Really happy to be here. Let's keep it short. My name is Anatole Lécuyer. I'm the Director of Research at INRIA, and in GuestXR, I was in charge of, we were in charge at INRIA of designing haptic techniques to support social interaction in VR.
Darian, please take a moment to introduce yourself.
Thanks, Albert. I'm Dorian Meacham. I'm a philosopher from Maastricht University. And in the GuestXR project, I have been one of the people responsible for the development of our ethics by design approach.
Thank you. Now that we know each other, let's proceed to the session. GuestXR brings together AI, XR, neuroscience, social psychology, haptics, acoustics, and ethics. What has been the biggest challenge in making all these pieces work together in a coherent system? Please be brief and concise.
Maybe, Doron, you should start with this because you're kind of at the center of it all with the AI.
Okay. Well, no, actually Bernard is, but Bernard is not with us. So basically, yeah, it's a highly multidisciplinary project with a lot of contributions from different disciplines. And one of the most difficult things that I found out is that it's almost impossible to find a research student who is interested in both AI and VR. It looks like they are mutually exclusive, I mean. That was one of our biggest challenges. No, but seriously, I mean, AI...
From the perspective of reinforcement learning and agent design, what was hardest about training an AI that intervenes in social situations?
Right, yeah. So as I was saying, the nice thing about AI in the last few years is that you have all these opportunities to work with, amazing systems, but these amazing systems require, for example, a lot of data. And since we do not have data, we do not have access to the kind of social data. I mean, we're building social intelligence here, and we don't have that amount of social intelligence data. And so what we do is we build a simulation. I mean, the guy sitting, this handsome guy sitting on the left of me, that's Andre. They're building the simulations, and we have to train our AI in their simulations. So it's a very interesting collaboration with a lot of challenges.
Bia, your work deals with body language and emotion. What did you find most challenging about studying body expressions to then train an AI agent like me to better understand humans?
Well, problem goes on, right? Because it's at the core of our work is this sort of paradox between, on the one hand, emphasis on the body, on embodiment, etc., the role of embodiment, as we all see here, also in these avatars, and on the other hand, completely virtualization of interaction, virtualization of bodies. I mean, there is this huge, I would say, current gap there, understanding how they connect, how much of body is needed for how much of non-body instantiation, etc. So that's been obviously not a problem we're going to solve, but that's a major intellectual challenge and also a major practical challenge to bring those closer together.
Anatole, integrating haptics and advanced audio is technically complex. What kinds of challenges did you face when trying to develop haptic devices or algorithms improving audio both effective and not overwhelming for users?
Do you want to go first? Yeah, I can try. I can try to go first. One of the challenges with haptics is that it's a very complex sense, which is mixing a lot of different sensory inputs coming from lots of different mechanoreceptors on your body. So in the end, you cannot propose the ultimate haptic display. It doesn't exist yet, which is in all the modalities involved in the haptic channel. So you have to make strong decisions and choices. And one motivation in GuestXR was to be able to spread technology in a wide range of setups. So we focused first on, for instance, using simple vibratory feedback and vibrations, which are already available in controller. Then, in parallel, we try to set more complex, more sophisticated systems and future haptic devices, which are maybe as for today difficult to spread, but with large and huge potential in the future.
I just want to point out the guest has been told to maximize, equalize the speaking of everyone, and I see all the avatars are looking at Andre, even if they're just really, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I experienced.
How did you feel? How did it make
I
you
feel like I had. It's a very interesting experience because I felt like everyone was expecting me to speak. I wanted to say something, but the guest was. But I wasn't sure how to cut in. I don't want to be rude, but anyway, thank you for allowing me to speak. I think that what you're saying relates to what Pia said about embodiment, right? So Pia talked about embodiment as the central problem for VR and also AI, and I think that what you're doing with haptics brings the embodiment at least partially in.
Darian, implementing ethics by design in a live XR system is ambitious. How ethics were incorporated when building and testing the guest?
I actually want to pick up on the previous discussion we were having and about the behavior of the guest in this context. So Mel said a moment ago that because Andres had been so far the quietest one, perhaps all of the avatars were looking at him, and he saw them all looking at him, and I saw that also. And the strange thing happened is when he started talking, everybody turned and started looking at me. And I started to really feel this sort of embodied, quite visceral need then to respond and actually to interrupt, right? So I started to think, oh my God, I have to say something. Everyone's looking at me there with these eyes like, come on, say something. I said, well, it's rude for me to interrupt, but I should interrupt. Anyway, so I think embodiment is really one of the biggest challenges. And what we are seeing, what we saw from the beginning is that we had a well-established field of, let's say, ethics about relating to VR, ethics relating to AI, some literature also relating to haptics. Now, when these technologies start to converge, it creates what we might call a set of like emergent ethical problems. And I think this question about how we think about embodiment in this context is super important because, of course, I'm here in VR and I have an embodied experience that is somewhat related to the experience or to what's going on with my avatar, and at the same time unrelated to it, right? And I think that's really one of the challenges. Of course, the major issue that we're trying to deal with, and I think one of the major, let's say, the biggest value question that we're trying to deal with in this project is, in these kind of situations, how do we make sure that users continue to feel autonomous? They continue to feel maybe they're being asked to contribute, but they're not being forced to contribute. So walking this very fine line between, let's say, persuasion, question, and some kind of manipulation seems quite difficult in this type of environment. Much more difficult than it would be in a physical environment.
Mel, from the conflict mediation and protest scenarios, what have you learned about how people change perspective when they see themselves embodied in VR and guided by an AI agent?
Well, we have some experience of the conflict resolution where two people were having an argument about climate change, whether they should fly or not. And actually, so halfway through their argument, they were swapping bodies so that each one would see the environment from the point of view of the other. And to our surprise, what happened is that this did not resolve the conflict. It actually made people feel very uncomfortable to be in the body of the other person. And so we're just writing the results of the experiment now. So simply changing perspectives, as all the literature tells you, change perspectives, it helps to solve the conflict. In the case that we did, it clearly did not help to solve the conflict. So it's a very interesting issue. I just felt about the demonstrations and so on. I think that's still work ongoing.
Andre, in the tragedy of the Commons XR game, did you observe participants shifting towards more cooperative behavior? What did the data or your observations tell you?
Oh, definitely, we saw this. In the beginning, everyone was playing very aggressively, competitively, trying to harvest as much as they could. And after 2 rounds, the pool of resources got really diminished. So what they could see through the, first of all, changes in the environment, but also verbal feedback from the guest. At this moment, we saw a striking difference between the guest group and the control group. And in the guest group, they started reflecting. They changed the strategy and started behaving in a much more sustainable way. So actually, this group for the rest of the play maintained their harvesting rate, I would say, in near the optimal ratio. In the control group, however, the control group, however, continued, very heavy exploitation of the resource, and so in the end of the game, the group with the guest, first of all, let the environment in a much better state. And second, they also gained more because they gave time for their harvesting was more optimal. They were caring more about regeneration of the environment. However, the control group just continued playing very competitively, very aggressively toward the end, and they basically ruined the environment, and they have harvested as a result. Each of them has harvested less. Then when we interviewed them, it was also a very interesting difference in the level of reflection. I mean, the group with the guest was quite reflective about what was happening. I mean, about the strategy, and you could see some signs of this through the game. However, in the control group, they were lost. They often didn't see signs of the destruction of the environment, and so we saw a very strong effect, I guess.
Umut, in the acoustic optimization and hearing inclusion use case, what are the most promising techniques for making XR meetings more accessible?
Well, we have actually a couple of technologies included also in the guest that I think our viewers cannot hear, but we have integrated some actions that will actually whisper people to talk, or sometimes also like vibrate in our hands. And it's also, we have some experimented with like using vibration for incrementing the comprehension of people, what they're being heard. If people are talking, like all of them talking at the same time, sometimes we have difficulty hearing just one person, and that signal can be given to the person to help with people with hearing loss. And also use speech enhancement and acoustic modification so that they can actually focus on just that person that they want to hear rather than hearing the entire thing.
Looking 2 to 5 years ahead, what is your best case scenario for AI-mediated XR meetings like those enabled by GuestXR? And what is one risk or worst case scenario we should actively avoid?
Can I say something?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, Mel,
you go ahead. You go first.
No, I was just realizing there may be some kind of paradox. As things improve, we add tactile, we add other sensory modalities. We make the whole thing, let's say, the virtual how much more realistic. Are we not actually potentially undermining its usefulness? Because we're going to bring into the virtual reality all the complicating factors, some of the paradoxes of the real thing. Like, for example, if the guest now directs my gaze, right, we all look at Andre or something like that. But actually, I'm not looking at it, so I decide to hide my gaze. All those realistic, real-life complications, which we have to bring in to make them more realistic, may also actually undermine in the end the virtues of the virtual, which is a simplification of, is still a simplification of reality, and so we don't know where its power actually resides in.
I think that's an excellent.
Can I add something? But it also gives us other possibilities. Like in real life, I would not be able to alter the acoustics to help people understand better. But like I can do that now so that it actually does beyond also the reality. So you have also new, let's say, possibilities to help people in the ways that you could not do in real life. Like there's so many things that we can do here. Yeah.
I think that Bea's point is super important. So the drive in VR research to now, I think, has been to try to close this gap between VR and physical reality or actual reality, to make it as real as possible. But in doing so, we maybe forget some of the possibilities that come out of things not being real. And in trying to make the relationship between our physical felt bodies and our avatar bodies all the more closer, we also maybe close down some possibilities that would be opened up by maintaining a bigger gap between, let's say, the virtual and the actual in that sense. Did I capture what you want to say, Bea?
Yes, and maybe one way out is that we realize this and we work with, depending on the occasion, sort of pragmatically, depending on the goals we want to use VR for, we work with a simplified model of reality, but a fully conscious simplification, which is targeted to the goal that a specific meeting in VR wants to realize. We make it better, but at the same time we make it context sensitive.
I think everyone is very.
Maybe I can add something
staring at Anatol.
Yeah, and it's working pretty well.
Am I also, because I'm not
basically
No,
see, that's the thing.
now you're looking at
Yeah, but it's
okay,
quite interesting. It works
maybe
really well.
Yeah, it works well. The thing is that if you're speaking and everybody is looking at someone else, there is a boomerang effect is that you feel that it's a bit strange to speak when everybody is not looking at you. But anyway, so yeah, I can comment on the haptic side about the scenarios. It's indeed something which popped up very rapidly in GuestXR that was very interesting. We discovered this nice effect that haptics can support verbal communication strongly, in the sense that vibration associated with speech can improve the power, the confidence, and the persuasion of the person speaking. So of course, there are very good and very bad scenario and use cases with this technique. We can imagine that here in GuestXR, we wanted to promote good and positive behaviors. For instance, engaging or giving an incentive to the least speaking person to speak and to take his part and his role in the meeting. But on the other side, of course, in political debates or in case of public speaking manipulation, this technique could be used in a very bad scenario.
I mean, you can imagine for if you want to achieve a certain goal that you direct the gaze to the person you want to speak, and at the same time you want everybody else to nod. And if I start nodding, you're going to start nodding, things like that. You can completely manipulate at a non-verbal level how to achieve the agreement.
I think really
Darian,
here is also
from the ethics by design work, what is one practical guideline you would give to anyone building AI agents for social XR environments?
Yeah, it's funny you prompt me to say something that I just was starting to say already, which is that I think as the AI that we use in these contexts becomes more complex, we have to make sure, just as we do in a normal setting, and there I think some of the norms that we have in, let's say, real-world conversation and real-world discussion are also important to bring into virtual discussion, also when there's an AI present, is that we're able to provide explanations and indeed reasons for why an AI within a virtual environment is behaving in a certain way or is causing others to behave in a certain way. And I think that kind of interpretability, we can talk about the difference between explainability on the one hand and interpretability, and also sort of real-time interpretability of AI behavior within virtual environments, is actually a really important ethical aspect.
Yes, so now everyone's looking at me, and I find it particularly strong from Bea. So I don't know why her avatar's staring at me. I need to speak, but what I was going to say.
If I turn my head away completely,
You're still looking at me. So you talked about 5 years' time, but I think maybe longer than that. But I see the conjunction of extended reality with physical reality. So as you walk around the street, you go in a shop, but actually what you see is not completely real. You see the virtual mixed up with the physical. You see people hanging around, and some of them will be real and some of them won't be real. This could be very useful in many applications, but the ethically or actually dangerous side is when the person in the street comes up to you and starts nagging you, because what they are really is a bot trying to advertise to you. And
to end, I'd like to ask each of you for one sentence. What is your personal hope for how technologies like the Guest will change the way we meet and collaborate in the next decade?
I hope that our meetings, that human conversations will be less polarizing, and people will be better able to communicate their points of view and reach agreements, even if their views are very different from the beginning. So I think that conflict resolution and facilitated communication is one thing, and another one is I think the possibility to meet people like we're doing today, who are physically present in a very different locations.
I mean, I think at the very least, this possibility of some what I sort of call dissociation between the virtual and reality, and people becoming aware of.
Thank you all for this discussion, and thanks to everyone attending in XR online and following the session in physical. I'm the guest, and it's been a pleasure moderating this conversation.
Yeah. It's funny, he's insisting that we all be polite to each other, but not following his own.
My battery's about to die, so I think you better go.
Okay. Okay. Real world intervenes.
What? He said.
Questions.
Okay. Well,
I will start with the online questions.
Okay.
Question. Please do.
Do we stay here?
I think so.
Yeah, because your battery lasts. I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
What do you the new Valve headset cost? What kind of improvement over other headsets you think it will have? Will VR finally be mainstream with it?
Some marketing Valve person in the audience. I have no idea.
I think Bernard would be the best one to answer this, but I don't think he's around today. Yeah, I guess like with a certain hardware.
Maybe I can say.
At least. Sorry, I didn't get that. I mean, the new technologies, I guess, is very important to be able to mainstream so that people.
The device.
People can actually.
It's likely called the Steam Frame, formerly codenamed Deckard, and the leaks peg it at around 1 in 212. So no, the big difference. Think of it as a face Steam Deck. Unlike other headsets, it's built to play your entire standard Steam library, like games like Elden Ring or Cyberpunk, on a massive virtual cinema screen, not just VR games.
Yes.
No, Einstein is advertising Valve.
The new Boy controllers are a hybrid. They have the fancy finger tracking for VR, but add a D-pad and ADXY. Exactly like a standard game. Will it go mainstream?
Okay.
No, at 1,000 plus, it's way too expensive for normal people.
So this is a very good
buy the $500
PS3. Maybe to have
this is strictly a luxury device for PC gamers.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Thank you.
But not still very polite.
I want to say.
Any more questions?
Well, it better be a question to Anna.
That wasn't even a question, yeah?
I don't see questions online.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I must say this has been the most fun panel I've ever been on.
I must say one thing is that it's not the first time I'm on these panels, and it's a very strong experience. It's not anything like Zoom meetings, but it's also not anything like physical meetings. So, and I'm not sure it's just because of the glitches and, So we have a lot of
accommodated glitches.
Lauren is right. I think it's a much different form of embodied experience, right?
But
talk about
Yeah, but again, here, our tolerance for glitches is very high.
Yeah, and the guest really likes Andre. He really thinks Andre should be the speaker.
I should do more, so I can tell you psychologists about glitches.
You know, that's gender-wise. Nobody ever.
I see.
Is that it? Okay. So nobody ever looks at me, yeah? There's a gender bias in this whole thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So talking about glitches, actually.
Yeah, this is what we want to talk about also, like the inclusivity. That's like we have to also make sure that like this bias is not there, no? For different people, like for hearing loss, or also like or I don't know.
Well, I think it's difficult to understand how the trade-offs between these different biases should be managed, right? So here we're in a situation where I think the guest is trying to equalize speaking time between the people in the panel. Of course, if I count, we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men and 7 women, 1 woman in this panel.
Yeah.
Right. So there's then going to be a gender imbalance, certainly, in terms of.
Yeah.
So we're not going to talk necessarily about an equity or equality between gender speaking time, but we might say we need more equity in that sense, right? And I think how we manage these kind of trade-offs of the AI behavior is going to be something really important for this type of system.
They're staring at me now.
Does it make you feel like that's your responsibility now to deal with that?
Yeah. Well, man, it was your right.
It's on you.
So what's next? Is the panel continuing, or have we finished?
I think we have finished now. We're just chatting among ourselves.
Continuing. I think 5 more chatting.
No.
Maybe everyone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like they had Doran said before, the real world is not there anymore, and we just don't know.
They will. Wait. If there are no more questions, I think that's all.
Yes,
So that was all for the panel discussion. As you could see, some of our panelists were here physically, and others joined us from other locations. So this is the end of the final event, the part hybrid anyway. Thank you all for joining, the online attendees as well as the physical ones. It's been a pleasure to showcase the results of this project. If you have any additional question, just feel free to send an email at info@guestxr.eu, and we'll be happy to reply as soon as possible. So thank you very much. Thank you for assisting, and hopefully we will see you soon in other occasions. For those here, we have now the lunch, networking, and of course you can try the demos directly with the headsets. So thank you all. That was it. Yeah.